Hello, friends. My name's host Eric. I'm the host talking with famous people. And tonight's live stream is titled MBTI, INFJ, INTJ, ENTP, and other popular titles. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it increases the popularity of this stream. After all, I included MBTI, INFJ, INTJ, ENTP, and other popular titles into the title. So, titularly, I'm winning. Actually, I may be losing, but titularly, I'm winning. What's really important anyway? Is it to win in reality? Or is it to win titularly? I'm going with the latter. Currently, I'm losing both. My title's not increasing the viewership at all. Nobody believes me anymore when I title things with MBTI titles. You're just crying wolf, they say, Eric. You're not going to talk about MBTI stuff. Your title is proof of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said, and other popular titles. No, I am going to talk about MBTI. Cognitive function. Yeah. See? I'm all over it. Yeah. If you're like me, you're the world's most unique type, the INFJ. Here's how you know. Here's 5 ways to know you're the world's most unique type. 1, you have a special relationship with intuition. You just know things. 2, I just made videos like that. People eat that shit up. People eat that tripe up, Videos telling them how special they are. You are so unique and special. Have I mentioned that to you, viewers? You people actually are unique and special. People who view talking with famous people are actually unique and special. I don't trust those stats at all. Yeah, I don't trust them at all because I don't trust the people who are doing the typing to type the people right. I don't doubt their data gathering methods are fine, but if they don't have them correctly identified in the first place, then if they're relying on self-reporting, shit tons of people are going to call themselves INFJs. Like half the ESFPs call themselves INFJs. Speaking of ESFPs, I got a call a little while ago from a person I haven't heard from for a while. Namely Brittany. It's just a random number from Washington State. I just picked it up. And I don't begrudge her calling me or anything. But I don't really feel like I have anything to say to her, I'm an ENFP, but I used to be an INFP, but I swear I'm an ambivert. Right? Yeah. Okay. The truth about ambiversion. For a very special subset of highly sensitive, unique sunflowers, snowflakes, you are both introverted and extrovert at the same time. Join me as I help us master each of the cognitive functions and become the ultimate personality type. It's this guy. The Black History Month is dumb guy. Yes, Black History Month is dumb. But I don't think I've yet been designated the Black History Month is dumb guy, but I'll take it. That's my claim to fame. What are the popular titles? Like why you are a snowflake of unique beauty and specialness, things like that. Can I say the N word? Which N word would you like me to say? Norbert? Nurture? Nirvana? I mean, I don't tend to I don't tend to I mean I certainly would if I weren't concerned about YouTube algorithms and such. I'm not afraid to say it or anything. I said it recently singing when I covered an NWA song. I do tell my daughter sometimes, yo, can you hook a trigger up? But you just say trigger or trigger warning. Can you hook a trigger warning up? It's just, oh, thank you. I cut it myself with a pair of clippers. Yeah, I feel okay. All their teeth call that. I know our teeth over here. What's a Roblox gameplay? I don't know what a Roblox gameplay is. There's stitches. They did bone graft. I was pleased to learn that I'd been deceived by the original dentist who told me the bone that they use in the bone grafts is artificial. I asked the receptionist today, and she tells me that it's from cadavers. So what I'm hoping is that I get the spirit of multiple different people in my mouth, in the left half of my mouth, from bits of their bone being put into my body. So let's say maybe part of one of these bone grafts is Biggie Smalls, for example. Wouldn't that be great? That would give me a lot more street cred than I currently have. Perhaps one of these cadavers is like Lil Peep. Maybe I have some Lil Peep in me now that I didn't used to have. Maybe part of this one of these cadavers that they take the bone from is Emperor Hirohito from Japan. I found implants at Atlantic Dental Centers for $13.80. I'm still looking, and there are other options like mini implants. Wendigo? I don't know what Wendigo is. Anyway, I'll see if the spirits of these dead people start to take me over or not. I'll keep you informed. If they do start to involve themselves, hopefully it'll be at my behest. They won't be fighting with me for control over me. I'd like them to be more like powers than like cohabitors, Oh, well, I already have an appointment with the same place on I think it's the 18th of March. She gave me a card. I left it in the car, a little appointment card, I have to say, Winston's mom, excellent advice. No, I don't do Discord. Excellent advice on the take a Klonopin before you go. It was really like chill. you know? Well, because they were pulling out root tips, among the rest of the teeth. And the reason they put the bone graft in there is because um, otherwise the structure of your jaw changes, It's not ABC. It's not so much that I'm so tired as it is that I'm physically drained. Like I feel as though my body's been through a little bit of a battle, and that I'm also currently on a codeine with Tylenol in it. So that might have something to do with me being a little bit more mellow too. So the thing is, normally, if I'm getting my teeth pulled out, you hear a lot of like bones breaking and shit when they're doing this. It's like crack, and they're getting in there basically with a pair of like needle nose pliers. It seems like, and they're going crack, 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 and you feel it in your jaw, and finally crack, and they pull that shit out. School after school, and go run by the pool. Okay, Janelle Studio, you're getting awfully body, awfully quick for reasons I can yet determine. She does. JC, can't you see that you're not the girl for me? I might be wrong, but I'm in love with Stacy's mom. Now, normally, what I at the dentist office I went to, if you're doing a wisdom teeth pull, then they put you under general anesthetic. I heard them talking about it to a couple people in the office this morning. Yeah, I got my teeth pulled out. Got every tooth here over pulled out. So Stacy's mom is on my my Chappy Tracks playlist, and it's interesting. Rachel and I discuss the virtues of the tracks on the playlist frequently enough. Stacy's Mom is one of the few songs on the list, and they're all great songs on the list. It's one of the few ones that I never seem to skip. It sings so well, it plays so well. It's just such a nice piece of songwriting, I have stitches in my gums. I can feel the strings. So I guess that's to keep the bone graft in or something, maybe. But they got to let the bone graft, I guess, graft. That's why it's not till 3/18 that I have my next appointment. At my next appointment, I think it's going to be an overall evaluation / what do we want to do next kind of conversation. At that point, I may have the discussion with them of, okay, if I were going to get my implants done, if I were going to get implants, I can get them done someplace else from, yeah. Can you guys be competitive with that here? I'm considering getting implants and see what they say, I'm surprisingly not in any pain right now. I feel strangely, even though I can feel it hurting, mostly from where they inject. Those are the spots that hurt a little bit. But I feel strangely relieved of what I suspect was a lot of infected awfulness on the left side of my mouth, and to have all that stuff removed out of there, I actually feel yeah, like I feel like I'm recovering from sort of mouth injury, but I I feel like almost instantly healthier, you know? It's weird. Um I mean, it was everyone on this one, from my canine all the way to the left backside and on the bottom too. So I don't know. It was 8 teeth total, four on top, four on bottom. I don't I don't know what they're called. You know, I don't know the names of all the teeth, like incisor, canine. I don't know what they're called. I guess I guess a couple of them were molars. Winston's mom. Thanks. You're really oh I you haven't shared access with me yet. You got to share it with ssuartscire, then I'll be able to look at it. So, overall, it was not nearly as big a deal as I had feared it to be. And I credit in large part the Klonopin, um, because it was just like, whatever. I'll just sit here and, all right, I'll open it in a new tab and look at it later. Maybe I'll do a little video on analysis or something. It's strange how much of a difference I won't watch the whole thing. I'll just watch, some of it fat double time and keep track of any substantive argumentation that's being done. The problem with a lot of debates that one might watch is that there are a lot more words than there are warrants. So it's like people may make one argument with one warrant and one impact, but say way too many words to convey just that. And so it's like, okay, all of this is filler bullshit. If it doesn't have anything to do with the warrant or the impact, if it doesn't substantiate one of those two things, then have you seen the movie Ravenous with Guy Pearce? If not, put it on your movie bucket list. Okay, that sounds good. Is it a action flick like Bang Bang Bang? I like those kind of movies. If it is, you also had to get my teeth drilled to attach a chain that pulled the tooth down or something. Yeah, well, they had to do a lot of drilling too today to get my teeth, certain sections of my guess weakened enough to break out, I guess. But like I said, I didn't care. The one thing that happened was one of the um, one of the first things that happened when they started working on it, and the first tooth that kind of like knocked loose, it provoked a sneezing fit from me. Like it knocked something loose in my sinuses or something. And I had to get up and go to the bathroom and just sneeze and sneeze and sneeze and blow my nose a bunch of times. So that was kind of weird. But the thing is, your teeth and such are, can you not do that, please? Thank you. But it's like that was surprising because I'm not sure exactly. I was perfectly fine, like I felt normal, and then it moved this one tooth around, and all of a sudden it was like, I chew, I chew, I chew. But then I finished sneezing eventually and went back in there, and they finished up with what they were doing. Didn't really even take that long. So, of course, I was most uncomfortable with when it was still numb because okay. Um yeah, I'm sure. Because then I can't eat anything. It's like really difficult to eat and smoke and drink things. Now, I've heard from multiple people now, including Brittany on the phone, not to do any suction because it's going to hurt a lot. I've heard this from every dentist I've ever been to since the beginning of time, since I started smoking, that you can't smoke until this dental stuff heals or whatever. I mean, that is such a lie. It's such a lie. They're totally lying. I've never had any problem with it. Sometimes you got to test things, right? To see if they're telling you the truth. I've tested this plenty. They're totally lying. You can use straws and smoke cigarettes, and it's fine. So next time they tell you that at the dentist office, you say, "Liars!" It makes you prone to getting dry socket. I'm pretty confident in my spit to moisten my sockets. I've got pretty wet spit. And, I have a long history of being a professional socket moistener. So, I'm going to use my professional expertise to make sure I don't get dry socket. Okay. My position is the tar will help solidify the bone grafts. On the questionnaire today, it said, "Do you smoke cigarettes and or marijuana?" Yes. If so, how much? Put the correct amount. I just cannot play along with their silly nonsense, But the other guy was trying to debate it combatively. I mean, see, that's the thing. It's ultimately, if you want to have a debate with somebody, there has to be consensus about whether this is going to be adversarial or dialectic. And if it is adversarial, then you really need to clarify a resolution. If it's going to be dialectic, then you don't necessarily. But there aren't many people who are interested in doing the dialectic thing. I could do it with Destiny. We could talk like adults about some subject and come to a conclusion, maybe come to an agreement, maybe even about something we don't agree. Or it's like, at the very least, we could come to an agreement about where an axiomatic value is the point of difference. So in other words, it's something that's not dry socket is a painful condition when the blood clot at the site fails to develop or dissolves before the wound is healed. Well, I mean, it stopped bleeding. Yeah, right ruminations. Well, right ruminations is definitely agenda based, but he's exceedingly fair in his argumentation. And in other words, he plays by the rules. So while he is adversarial in his approach, he does it fairly. So I have no problem engaging with him in a fairly peaceable fashion, Some also say the sinful sex occurring in Sodom and Gomorrah was rape, which means it doesn't apply to teachings like consensual same-sex relationship. We did time him out. We did time him out. Well, I mean, I think the sinful sex in Sodom and Gomorrah was sodomizing women. There's a reason why sodomizing women is sinful. It's different than sodomizing men. So, in other words, if you're sodomizing a woman, you're choosing to use a hole that's not really intended for that, right? You know, it's one of those things where it's kind of like, I guess, aggressive in some fashion. Whereas another dude doesn't have any other hole. Bye, Cuxy. So, I mean, well, they got the top hole. I mean, the question I have is it really sodomy to hump the top hole or not? Right. So that's how you should be. If you're talking with two reasonable people, they'll both be interested in establishing their criteria to have their standard for justification met, you know? Cities were destroyed by God for not helping the poor. Somelius says the sinful sex occurring in Sodom was rape, which means it doesn't apply to. Why did you just quote that other guy's thing? If a man lies with a man as one lies with a woman, both have done what is detestable, right? Because that would mean that a man has cut off another man's penis and slit a slit in there to hump the front hole that doesn't exist. It's clearly maiming of the man and a violation of his bodily integrity rights. It is not okay to try to hump a man in the same fashion that you would hump a woman. And it's pretty obvious why. Because it's going to require a lot of mutilation to make that happen. So we're all in agreement now that in no way, shape, or form is it okay for a man to hump another man in that man's vagina. Yeah, let's just hide him, I guess. I'll give him one more time out and then hide him. He's obviously not interested in pretending as though the other people here are human beings too. I will tap you on the shoulder lightly to suggest to you a similar agenda-based but fair political commentator is one you still have little or no interest in, which is secular talk. I've never really heard of secular talk. Hi, Sergey Rashtramanov. You haven't seen me in the last 3 months. I've been doing fine. It's Dominic. Oh, so it's probably Cloud. Oh yeah, I hate Kyle Klinsky. I've heard his shit before. It offended me dramatically. Yeah, he's garbage. The thing is, what I need to do is, no, I haven't really been making much music lately. It's been something that kind of had to back burner a bit. I just got a bunch of dental work done, and I'm feeling, yeah, well, I'm feeling, not at the moment, Sean O'Neill. Uh, I'm feeling like I had unhealth removed from me. I've been talking about how these infected teeth have been kind of impacting me for a while, but I was never really sure how much, where to attribute what, But even though I just had 8 teeth removed, I feel better physically. Like, ah, like there's something poisonous having been removed out of me, So, even though I'm at the beginning of a sleepy week, I don't expect to actually have much of a sleepy week here because I haven't been bingey very much this month with the Adderall. I expect that the next couple of weeks without Adderall may nevertheless be rather productive. We'll see what happens, but I've got a plan of action, and I don't want to talk a whole bunch about it or anything, but at the moment, I just felt like live streaming. It's I I had already sort of given myself the weekend off because of the dental surgery, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that I feel better than I anticipated this soon after. Yeah, I would love to talk with Destiny. If he's able to have a real conversation, I would love to have a conversation with him. And we could debate something if you wanted to, or we could just actually discuss like where the core value dispute is located. Because if we disagree on something, then an honest conversation should result in, okay, so here's a core value dispute that neither of us can establish independently of, that is basically axiomatic for us, so that we're not going to resolve it because the conflict is too foundational, and yet we can define what that conflict is. So at least we fully understand why every other disagreement that cascades down from that is moot, basically. It's moot to argue meh if meh is just a symptom of meh. So it's like, that's the important part of dialectic. It's not so much that you're going to always reach resolution and agree about things, but you should reach a point where you can agree about what comprises moot points of dispute between the two of you, given this axiomatic disagreement. Does Adderall hit you harder when you snort it? Hits you quicker, but only two of the three forms of the speed in Adderall are membrane soluble, I guess, like in that fashion or something. So the other one, you still have to swallow down the drip to get it. You're better off, instead of snorting Adderall, you're better off boofing it. It's basically the same exact thing, except it doesn't cause you anguish in your nasal membranes, and you got to push it up your butthole. Those are the main two differences. You don't have to crush it up either. So you can just put the whole pill up your butthole. And your butthole is the same thing as your nasal membrane. It'll bypass the stomach acid and directly enter the bloodstream. So the point of snorting stuff and or boofing it is that whenever you take any kind of drug by pill form, your stomach acids destroy a fair amount of the substance that you're trying to ingest. So if you really wanted to maximize the duration of your speed, you'd always boof it. Boofing means putting the pill up your butt. It's a suppository approach. If you treat Adderall like a suppository, you will get almost all of the speed out of every pill. If you take them as pills, your stomach acid destroys like half of the drug. They are dosed under the assumption that your stomach acid destroys part of the drug. So another way around this is if you drink a glass of grapefruit juice and then take your Adderall, you will attain the same effect because Adderall kills the enzymes in the stomach that destroy the part of the medication. So if you want to increase the dosage of your medication without increasing the dosage of your medication, start drinking grapefruit juice 30 minutes before you take it or something. I did that like a couple months ago, and I got too spun, frankly, and I decided, okay, all right, you're done. Oh, somebody already banned them. So anyhow, if you do have any cognitive function or typology questions, please put them here in the chat, and I'll make an attempt to answer them. Since I did title this video MBTI, INFJ, INTJ, ENTP, and other popular titles, then I should adhere to my promised attention towards those matters should someone have any questions, concerns, complaints, queries, or quandaries regarding said thing. What's the difference between a TI user and an FI user? Well, I mean, it's most simply summed up as defaulting to a disinterested calculus versus an interested calculus. TI defaults to, do these words validate against a universal word validation approach like logic or validity, or do they validate against what I actually mean? So for an FI user, they're trying to find words that express what they really mean. And words are always going to somewhat fall short, but they'll do the best they can. So you'll hear an FI user say something like, well, I know I said that, but I didn't really mean that. I can't explain it well, but what I mean is nevertheless true. Whereas TI users will think that words say what they mean and that it's not a matter of whether or not the words adequately express what you mean, unless you misspeak in some way, which happens. Sometimes somebody just puts the wrong word in or Freudian slip of some sort or whatever. But unless you misspeak, that what you meant was what you said. There's nothing else you could have meant because only words mean things, not people. But of course, both those perspectives are are what you might call reductive or incomplete perspectives. So it is the case that we ought to have some access to determining whether or not a given set of words validates universally. But it's also true that lots of sets of words aren't intended to really validate universally. They're intended to express a person's self. If I write a poem about how sad I am or something, that poem is not so much intended to convey meaning, although it does, as it is intended to provide a vehicle for the individual to process their own ontology. Now, a vehicle that an individual uses to process stuff from their own ontology may turn out to be a piece of art that resonates with a lot of other people. But the point is the frame of reference of the writer, is the frame of reference of the writer that they are trying to get as true as they can to what they're trying to express, which is ultimately some vision of their feelings and intuition, or is it what they're trying to express is an idea that they are trying to get as scrutiny proof as possible, in which case you're talking about TI. It doesn't matter if it reflects my feelings or not. What matters is if it withstands other people's scrutiny as words. So in its maximally differentiated form is in the tool slot. So you've got your ENFPs and ESFPs who think it's always about words, slight failure to convey what you really mean. And for TI people, TI tool, it's like words are the only thing you mean. People don't mean things words do. They're both extreme reductive positions of the tool slot. The reason you have a I don't know, David Sanderson. You sure do talk about him a lot. How does it differentiate between autism spectrum disorder and simply being an INTJ? Autism spectrum disorder is completely bullshit, okay? So I worked in special ed for a number of years, and I worked with a number of autistic people. People who have autism, the way we can distinguish between somebody who has autism and somebody who doesn't is that autism always is comorbid with mental retardation. So the fact that a particular form of disability that includes mental retardation, the individuals who suffer from that act like meow, and INTJs also act kind of like meow, does not mean that there's anything related between those two things at all. Now, it just so happens I think there is something related between them, but the fact is, to call being an INTJ a disorder is the same thing as calling being an ENTP a disorder, namely ADHD. Do I really have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder? Do I really have executive function deficits? No. Those diagnoses themselves are expressions of a cognitive function bias. FE polar is not mental retardation. Just because somebody is socially awkward doesn't mean there's a problem with them, right? So if your frame of reference is FE, then absolutely you're going to think people who are FE polar, there's something wrong with them. I mean, share with them this part of this video. It is an absolute travesty of psychology to render things into disorders that are simply expressions of self that don't fit in comfortably with certain norms. So ESTJs, maybe even INTJs, maybe ENTJs, maybe ISTJs are going to think I have an executive function disorder because I just countervalue to E that much, right? Note, I don't accuse them of being having tone deafness of creativity or something, and they have a disorder, too little NE. No, there's no such thing. People don't think that's a disorder, right? They think it's a talent or something that comes independent of any trade-off. ADHD, do I have a disorder? No. Of course there's anything wrong with me. Do I function sometimes better with speed? Yeah. Who doesn't? You know. The fact is, just because I don't fit comfortably into the world doesn't mean there's something wrong with me. It could very well mean there's something wrong with the world. I mean, I used to function better with speed, Farmer Hot. I'm coming to terms with the fact that as I've gotten older, my relationship with it is changing. That it's becoming a bit of a problem, sustaining, like servicing the debt, so to speak. Zero says, say hi to Wendy for me, please. Hi, Wendy. I just want to say hi to you. I've been thinking about you, Wendy. And, I finally come to accept the fact that your parents named you Wendy. I long wondered, what were they thinking? Why Wendy? Why not Samantha? But now I understand finally. You look like a Wendy. You smell like a Wendy. You seem like a Wendy. So I accept your name now, Wendy. You go out there and you windy your way through windy days, winding your path through Wendy's sayings. I want you to make a book of sayings and then sell it at the local farmer's market. There. Is that adequate, Zero? Did I say hi to Wendy enough for you? Oh, Wendy. If I was going out with somebody named Wendy, I would constantly say that. Oh, Wendy. Do you have to be such a Wendy all the time? God. It's like everywhere you go, it's windy, windy, windy. Yeah, I mean, when you have psychological disorders that have these checklists of symptoms that if they impact your life negatively by meow, 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 then discretionarily we'll call it ADHD. That's not a real medical problem, right? That's saying the way you naturally are runs afoul of norms adequately that we think we should medicate you to make you more in line with those norms. Who do I think is smart? When people ask me that question, my usual answer is David Berlinski, somebody I think is very smart. There are other people I think are smart too, but I don't really keep track of a list of names of people I think are smart, And there's lots of people I think are smart, but I tend to fixate on the spots where they're wrong. I don't think Jordan Peterson's an idiot. I just think he's frame locked and in the wrong frame. I think Sam Harris is probably less smart than Jordan Peterson, but more right. generally speaking. And, Ben Shapiro is very smart, but struggling right now with the reality that he's part of the problem and not quite sure what to do with it. Because being part of the problem is how you be successful, right? You get all partisan, you make a bunch of videos about those damn whatevers, and you'll get plenty of views. You'll get your partisan people coming in here looking for righteous indignation that makes them feel smugly satisfied. Yeah, get those fuckers. Ben Shapiro started doing that amorally, is my belief on it. And having encountered reality for quite some time now, he's had a similar response to my response from encountering reality, which is, oh shit. Is this the marketplace of ideas? Is this what it's come down to? Is this what it has become? It's like this 99-cent store of bullshit. So I think as he's got his career and his popularity tied to being a conservative pundit, and now has ample experience and awareness to recognize that agenda politics and blaming the bad guys is the problem, he's in a bit of a moral conundrum. That's my take on him. Well, I'm not saying he's a Trump supporter. I'm saying he clearly identifies himself with one team over the other, instead of opposing teams, which is the third possibility. That's what I'm doing, right? I'm opposing the team idea. I'm saying that's the problem. I'm also saying Ben Shapiro is smart, and while he may have come out of competition debate amoral ENTP, experience, growth, and age have caused him to find himself in a period of reflection and a challenge, find himself challenged by a reality that he now understands in a much more nuanced way than he did when he began doing what he was doing. That's my position on Ben Shapiro. I mean, they both argue for both, depending on what they're arguing about. And that's part of the problem. When you are just trying to win, you will use whatever strategies work in the moment. And it causes both sides to have less and less moral high ground, as the thing that I'm accusing you of doing that's wrong, I did it myself 3 years ago. It's like that happens all the time, right? So now both sides have lost all their moral high ground. I don't recall really anybody who makes a claim that they're interested in representing all Americans and they're not interested in demonizing half of them. And that they think that's the problem. It's really that simple, right? We're all Americans. We're not nearly as divided as our language. It's like we speak about the other side as though we're about to go to a civil war. But the reality is there is not a very large gap in terms of how the average American implements values in their day-to-day life. There is a huge gap over what the map ought to be. But territorially, we're all in broad agreement about most basic principles. Treat people decently and equality before the law, that the powerful shouldn't abuse power. We're all in agreement on broad themes, that this is a citizen democracy, that it's ideally, at least, or intended to be, government by the people for the people. We're all in agreement about basic principles. We don't have a serious point of disagreement like we did in the Civil War, in which there was no getting over the fact that somebody had to win that dispute, that slave state, free state thing, right? Because their compromise was, well, half of us will have slavery and half of us won't. But the whole country will be under this frame of reference of liberty and justice for all. I mean, that's going to be an insurmountable actual difference. I mean, the thing is true for both sides, Legends Fall. They don't even make an effort to look at the good arguments of the other side. And instead, they focus on how the other guy is failing. Like right now, you're not making any arguments about anything except how people who disagree with you are to blame for their failure to think properly or something. See, even there, Winston's mom. I think if the issue is framed properly and explained properly, all Americans are in broad agreement that a corporation's number one job is to attain profit for its shareholders. And all Americans are in broad agreement that corporations ought to operate under a fundamentally moral frame. So they ought to be concerned about incidental impacts of their business. The point is, if you break it down to specific things and you take it away from this, are you for corporations or for the people? Like, well, that's not a question. It's like, that's what the fuck? The point being this: we don't have to keep pretending as though you're pro corporations, you're anti corporations. We can point out that indeed we want America to be a society of owners who can invest in the corporate entities of America and a public stock exchange that will continue to hopefully pay off those who own part of the production of America. And we should encourage everybody to become an owner in that regard, buying shares, buying crypto or whatever, and not simply assuming that you're going to have a career or a job that attends to all your financial needs. Take ownership. It pays off more in the long run. So there's that, right? And the other thing is, it's true that corporations ought to be responsible citizens. Like, if I'm an oil corporation, it is absolutely my extreme proactive responsibility to prevent spills. It's not enough to say, well, it was an accident. It's like there's an obligation for companies who are dealing with something that can potentially do a lot of damage to a wide area of stuff, either the environment or people, that they prevent that damage from occurring. And so, when corporations fail to do that sort of thing, when they cut corners and and use child labor and stuff, it is appropriate for us to say that this behavior does not reflect our values. And ultimately, we, the American people, hopefully own most of these corporations via the stock market. Now, granted, there are some privately held corporations that have no shareholders to be held to hold them accountable, right? But even those corporations, I think it's perfectly reasonable for us to expect them to be moral, responsible corporate citizens. So if the left is concerned about that, I'm with them. And I think everybody really is. I mean, do we want an American corporation doing what the Nestle Corporation did in I think it was the 70s or maybe the 80s, where they went down to South America with all these poor in this poor region, and they handed out free formula to mothers who had given birth and provided them just enough free formula until their milk dried up, thereby trapping them to buying formula until the baby's fully weaned. Now, is that an acceptable business practice? Fuck no. It just isn't. Now, you might say it doesn't violate any law, but it's taking advantage of a lack of informed consent to exploit people. And that's bad. So if you want to hear me argue against bad corporate practices, I'd be happy to do so. And every conservative should agree with me. If you want me to talk about why corporations are a fundamentally good part of America, I can do that too. And you'll all fundamentally agree with me with what I'm saying. And then both sides are going to say, yeah, but those guys, and I'll say, children, please leave the room. All children, please leave the room. I'm only talking to adults. So, do we have plenty of instances of corporate malfeasance that justifies some suspicion about corporations and their behavior? Yes. Do we need to take a nuanced and fully understanding perspective on corporations? Yes. Most corporations in America are small businesses, and to incorporate oneself is a good idea for every American, because it means that they'll be taxed at the corporate rate rather than the income tax rate, and they won't have Social Security withheld. So, like, sure. I mean, when I was autonomy debate, I was an LLC. And the way corporations usually work is the corporation has its own funds, right? And it pays you the salary. But if you're a regular American and you are not currently locked into some sort of contractual employment, then declaring yourself an independent contractor, an independent corporation is a good idea, because if you can make the same amount of money and it's over a certain amount, you'll pay less in taxes. And most importantly, you won't have Social Security withheld. And that's a fairly substantial amount of withholdings that you can choose to do with what you wish instead of having the government steal it. I mean, and this is the thing. It should be pointed out that people need to be consistent in their paradigms. So a lot of the same people who are very anti-corporation are very pro-COVID alarmism. They need to be honest with themselves. They say, when I'm pushing for these hardcore COVID lockdown centralized control mechanisms, I am eliminating small businesses across the country at an unprecedented rate and replacing them with their corporate alternatives. So if you are somebody who is strongly in favor of COVID protections and lockdowns and stuff, you are also strongly in favor of big corporations replacing what once was the heart of the American economy, small business. Own that, Which, okay, if that's the reality, then what's the takeaway? Americans across the board need to become owners of these corporations, not just employees of them. That means buying stocks. It means investing in crypto and stuff like that, because we are no longer a country that can sustain at least a substantial subset of small businesses, like restaurants, for example. Sit-down restaurants are dead. I don't think they'll ever come back the way they used to be, for sure. Things like Chuck E. Cheese's, dead, right? Soup Plantation shut down. Anything that might smack of food and COVID, everybody throws an absolute fit. Meanwhile, they're pushing up against each other at Ulta to get makeup, right? The inherent contradictions to this whole thing are ultimately what's going to break the stranglehold that one narrative angle has on the storyline currently. Now, part of the reason why the wrong narrative still has a stranglehold on the narrative is because people like Nicholas Watson make it harder for me to convey the truth by being part of the problem when they say things like, because Democrats are locking down their states, those mom and pop shops are going under. They're not on the side of small business. It is not just Democrats that are reacting badly to COVID. Municipalities, states, counties, all across the country are reacting badly to COVID in all sorts of different ways. Number one. Number two, you're missing my point, which is individuals who oppose corporations. That's not people on the left. It's not people on the right. It's not Democrats. It's not Republicans. It's people who worry about the overreach of corporate America, corporations' influence in politics and so forth, that such people should understand that to the extent that they support strong response to COVID, they are sacrificing that other ideology that they hold precious, that they can't keep them both. Okay? So note how I approach this, right? It doesn't matter who we're talking about. For each individual human being, if that human being came into this COVID crisis feeling strongly concerned about the overreach of corporate America or the influence of corporations in politics, then concurrently, they should be struggling with the choice. What's more important to me? COVID theater or the preservation of small business in America? To be honest, they need to be either mourning the loss of this other thing that they held precious ideologically, or opposing the COVID lockdown stuff actively. They can't have it both ways. That's the key thing I'm taking here, okay? That no individual can have it both ways. Again, legends fall. Instead of understanding what I'm doing and saying, instead of listening, which is what you need to do, you need to do a lot more listening. Listen to how I argue things. Okay? And what I'm saying. Instead of simply doubling down continually on your same agenda-based approach. Remember, it doesn't matter so much what is, it matters whether what you say wins for the right reasons. Words are more important than reality when it comes to a problem like this, because why is the COVID clusterfuck the way it is? Nothing to do with COVID, obviously. It has nothing to do with any party you can blame, and this is what frustrates people so much. Somebody has to be to blame for this. It's Bill Gates. It's it's planned. It's blah, 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 blah. No. Why is it like this? What is the actual problem? Nobody who could be heard globally made the right arguments. I mean, but we can blame something specific, right? And it specifically and exclusively is that. The corporations don't have the guns the state does. The problem is the state can be bought, and why can it be bought? Because it assigns itself power it shouldn't have. Okay, well, look, Legends Fall, that's not my point, is it? That's not responsive to what I'm saying. Okay, so what I'm saying is, now let's do it for people like you. So Legends Fall says the state has way too much completely arbitrary power and it attracts power-hungry losers on both sides. So I would point out that COVID both exemplifies your point and contradicts your point, which is to say, we see lots of jurisdictions attempting to take control over their jurisdiction on the grounds of COVID. And a lot of those jurisdictional things overlap. So the state of California has one rule that some county sheriffs say they're not going to enforce because they don't believe it to be legal. Some cities like Pasadena maintain at least outdoor dining and then reopen indoor dining briefly against the rules according to the state and Los Angeles County. And they say, well, that's not your jurisdiction. So are you correct that the government overstepped its authority in this instance? Absolutely. But the reason the authority figures, or the jurisdictional voices, you might call them, is the best way to call them, the voices of a given jurisdiction, are guilty of overstepping is because COVID doesn't justify violating freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, and bodily integrity rights, for that matter. Now, the thing is, what makes it a complicated argument is that we can conceive of a pandemic that would justify this kind of response. It's just that this one isn't it. Right? So that's what makes it a complicated argument. If it were a form of airborne Ebola that had a 1-month incubation period, maximum contagiosity, and no symptoms until it killed you, everybody would be on board with the craziest fucking lockdown you could ever imagine. Because if it were airborne Ebola, you'd be talking about something with a fatality rate of close to 100% and a very gruesome death. So it makes sense to bunker down, right? And it makes sense for the state to take extreme measures, right? So the point is, in that instance, even the right to assembly and the freedom of religion, to me, would not be sacrosanct. In that hypothetical instance, emergency powers would be justified. So now we have ourselves a complicated situation, right? It's a matter of degree, not a matter of, it's not a binary consideration anymore. But the thing is, that sounds more of like a problem than it actually is, which is to say, in reality, we have a perfectly good system to judge what we ought to do. We can compare it against comparables. Now, it's true, they're comparables. They're not exact copies. So we don't have exactly COVID happening before. But the comparables that are like COVID are much more like the annual flu variations and or some mix with that and a really super minor version of SARS than they are like the Spanish flu, which is often compared against. So now we have a situation with the narrative where you've got, number one, the fundamentally wrong frame of reference, which is, oh shit, that thing's happened. What should we do now? Rather than what has happened. You know, nobody stopped to say, what is this thing first before we decide what to do about it? What is it? Is it more like meow, meow, or meow? We treated it like airborne Ebola straight out the gate, right? So again, it's the same thing I always say. It doesn't, the problem isn't that we concluded whatever we concluded about COVID, because there's a shit ton of different conclusions from every different party imaginable. There's hardly any consensus about it. If you look from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, if you look from store to store, there's no consensus about it. It's random. It's theater. It's just theater. So what's the takeaway? Well, the takeaway is what I always say. It doesn't matter what we decide. It matters how we decide. And we did not decide properly. We did not decide the way host Eric said to decide. We decided the way stupid people said to decide. You know? And when you've got an environment in which it's pre-set up for mainstream media to justifiably excise competing voices as fake news because of what happened last time is just a sort of unfortunate aggravating factor, like a bunch of dry brush in the path to your forest fire, you know? So the naturally occurring, because of this agenda-based hate the other side shit that's going on, the naturally occurring contrary voices of reason that would have quelled this rush to judgment regarding COVID were silenced and or in such a minority as to be ineffective. So that doesn't mean that they've won, quote unquote. It means that's where the pendulum is swung right now. Whenever the pendulum swings to an area where you've got a bunch of people who are wrong are agreeing about it, it's a bubble, like in any other market. Marketplace of ideas has bubbles just like any other market. And this bubble will pop. You blame me quite a bit for this rush to judgment? I mean, the thing is, what comprises a rush to judgment is shutting everything down, right? That's a rush to judgment because you're doing something before you've decided what's the best thing to do. I don't like doing things before you've decided what the best thing to do is. To me, that's what I call, bull in a china shopping or boo SE. That's what makes me say boo SE, is when we do shit before I think it's been discussed enough. It's like, hold on there, doers. Quit your dewy ways. Open yourself up a can of Mountain Dew so that you don't have to actually do so much. You be satisfied with Mountain Dew instead. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to do 4 things at once. Number 1 thing, I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Number 2 thing, I'm going to go pee. Number 3 thing, I'm going to continue talking to you. And number 4 thing, I'm going to have a sip of that coffee over there. So this is a true form of multitasking. And why? Well, I've got one bit of SI going on. That's trying to relax my prostate so that the urine streams from me, so that it streams from the tip of my member. I've got one kind of SESI thing going on here with the cigarette, right? And this in my hand, kind of fidgety. I'm not sure what you call this. The gestury stuff, maybe a little bit of FE going on, right? Then I've got concurrently, I've got NE going on because I'm talking to you while I'm doing all of this. And I'm not reciting a script or something. I'm generating these words as I speak and pee and smoke. And drink coffee at the same time. See? Now, you might say, Eric, you're not really smoking, drinking coffee, and talking at the same time. Because those 3 things all require your mouth. Well, I can smoke and talk at the same time in the sense that if I'm blowing out the smoke, I can talk while blowing out the smoke. It's true that I can't talk while puffing the cigarette, but that's a brief moment in the whole cigarette smoking process. Now, I will agree that while drinking coffee, I can neither smoke nor talk. The drinking of the coffee is exclusive of both. But considering that all those things occur within the duration of the single urination session, I would consider that multitasking. And that's also a lesson on cognitive functions, isn't it? Some functions you can do at the same time, others you can't. I can pee and talk at the same time. I can shake pee drops from the tip of my member while talking to you at the same time. I can put my penis away while talking to you at the same time and even zip up my pants. I can set down my bucket of pee while talking to you at the same time. Because I'm an action type, so I have no problem doing 2 different kinds of action at the same time. That is, say, talking while concurrently buckling my belt, for example. Or suckling some felt. Sometimes I suckle upon felt. I've been known to do that on occasion. Suckling felt is a pretty all attention and inclusive activity. Paul Gray, what am I pissing into? I mean, the obvious answer would be your mom's mouth, but let's just say tomorrow's dreams. I know, I saw the mirror, I checked. I made sure you couldn't see anything even in the mirror. That's what's going to get him elected. Yes, well, I just proved my ability to multitask. That's important, President's got to be able to multitask. A president is like one of those women in the commercials for pills that resolve menstrual cramps. They're busy, busy, busy. They're running some big operation. They've got their kids at home. They've got a husband to take care of, and they don't have time for the pain. And that's why they take menstrual cramp medication. So they can still stay their all-purpose Wonder Woman selves while bleeding. Note, of course, part of the day also is devoted towards attaining sufficient sheen, gloss, and body in their hair. Now, that's one thing I'm not going to have to worry about because I'm a dude. So I'm comfortable with sheenless, glossless, bodiless hair. I'm even comfortable with baldness. So that saves me some time. Of course, I think Washington, D.C. weed's legal, right? Isn't it? I think it's legal. So I won't have to go down to the ghetto in Washington, D.C. as the president and be like, hey, you holding? Aren't you the president? Yeah. Aren't you the weed dealer? Why don't we both just do our jobs here, huh? As president, I'm getting weed. As a weed dealer, you're selling it to me. Does that impact your experience negatively? I would assume that, like the sound of falling water, it gives you a sense of serenity. What is right is not always popular, and what is popular is not always right. That's true. That is true. You know, correctness isn't a popularity contest. Another way to put it. Correctness is not a popularity contest. Alex Rodriguez informs us that my peeing protocols are common amongst high school students. Have I heard the music project everywhere at the end of time? No, I haven't. Maybe I'll check it out. Have you heard of the project Wonderful Kitty of Majesty? Because that's like one of the, as far as like what's buzzworthy right now, so to speak, this is totally trending. It's a new meme called Magnificent Kitty of Wonder. So yeah, hi, my name's Capio. Pleased to see you all. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them. This is Capio AMA. Yeah, I'm an ISFP. I'll just rest here until any of you guys ask me a question. Anybody have a question for Capio? She is open to AMA. Ask her anything, and she will answer your question. Yeah, that's right. I'm here. I'm just gonna chill until somebody has a question for me. I'm an ISFP, so I don't have a lot to say really, unless prompted. It is true. She is an ISFP. No, I'm not gonna scare her. It's a her. It's not an it. She's my precious, majestic wonder kitty. She's my special, precious darling. Okay, Capio. Red F asks, what does ATM mean? You mean like the bank thing? It's it means ATM, like I guess it means all the money? Close enough, Capio. That's fine. No, the dentist didn't turn him into a cat. This is me, Capio. I am doing an AMA, as they say on Reddit. Ask me anything. I'm answering all the questions. I didn't get the first one right? No, that's not what ATM stands for. It's not all the money? No. It's actually automatic teller machine. Really? Yeah. Then why do people say ATM machine? Well, because they're just being redundant. There's no real reason for that. All the money machine makes sense. That's true, but you're nevertheless wrong. Any other questions for Capio? Why do cats punch like girls? I am a girl, so I don't know if I punch like one or not. I find that question confusing. Not normally a puncher per se, more of a scratcher, biter, you know. David Sanderson wants to know, what's your opinion on dogs? Not a fan. Don't like them. They are unpredictable, loud. They, I lost a family member to a dog. Actually, I lost two family members to dogs. Yeah, that's right. Normal was killed. Actually, it wasn't Normal. It was Normal's brother. I forget his name. He was killed by a dog in Laverne, and Schmitty Rensel was killed by dogs. So I don't like them. I find them murderous thugs. Okay. How is the on and off relationship with trouble? Okay. Didn't I say no questions about trouble? I think I said no questions about trouble. Well, come on, people. Just answer them. Trouble is not. I don't want to badmouth him, but he's not getting the message. I'm not interested in having sexual intercourse with him. I tell him to wait until I go into heat. And you know what he says? You never go into heat. And I said, well, that's not my problem. He gets angry. Sometimes we scowl at each other. And he's always trying to come in here and eat my food and stuff. It's like, get your own food, fucktard. Capio. I'm sorry, I don't mean to use that kind of language. I picked it up from you. You use the word a lot, Eric. Do I? Yeah, too much, I'd say. I think you're abusing the term. Okay, well, what did you just do? I used it appropriately. Oh, okay. Formal Hot says cats seem to know something we don't. More than just one thing. We know a lot of things you don't. For example, you don't know how to keep yourselves clean by licking. We do. You don't know how to rest properly. It's like you spend way too little time resting. Cats, we know how to rest. You people aren't very good resters. We also talk way too much. It's nonstop blah, 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 blah around here. Okay, well, that may just be me, Capio. I'm not sure it's all people. I have read that because cats purr, they do not get arthritis. Interesting. Yeah, we don't get arthritis. I'm not even sure what it is. Well, that makes sense. You don't get it. David Sanderson wants to know, Is this statement true or false? This statement is false. Well, I would say it has no truth value. Capio. How did you get that right? I've been around. Been around the logic block a few times. You have? I am your cat, Eric. You have talked to me a lot about it. I have? I don't really. Well, I was listening anyway. You weren't really talking to me necessarily. Oh. The thing is, a statement like this statement is false. Is it's a word trick, right? So it compels you to ask which statement is false. The statement, this statement is false. Okay. Well, the statement, this statement is false is what you're asking me? Well, according to the statement, it's false. But that makes it true. No. It makes it not true if it's correct. But that makes it true. Okay. This is silly. Yeah, there is a third truth value called no truth value. And it's what we assign to things like that. And we also assign it to things like the statement, silence is golden. Is silence really golden? Well, if you take it literally, it's false. If you take it metaphorically, I guess it's true. I'm not sure. It's one of those statements that really has no truth value. So that's why there are 3 truth values: true, false, and no truth value. This statement is false is really an instance of contradictory premises. So it's saying this sentence is a statement that claims itself to be false. But the thing is, statements infer linguistically. What's implied before every statement is "I believe." So the trick of words, therefore, is you're replacing an actual statement with the words "this statement" and claiming that the sentence is making a statement. That sentence is not making a statement, right? This statement is false. It's not making a statement. It's not making, I believe this statement is false. For that to make any sense, this statement has to refer to something other than the sentence itself. David Sanderson wants to know, Capio, would you replace me with Donald Trump as your new and improved owner? No. Eric and Rachel do a great job. They're very responsive, very obedient. I scratch at the door, they hop right up, let me in. I provide food. I rarely have to wait. Occasionally, they're a little bit off their game. But 1 or 2 stern meows, we usually set them straight. It's true. She only has to give us 1 harsh sounding meow, and we're scrambling to right the ship, So you see what I mean about that? This statement is false. It pretends like it's making a statement, but there's no statement there. It's saying A is false. Okay, well, what's A? Well, A is false. Well, Okay, then I guess A is false. Aha! But A is false. Well, if A equals A is false, then A is false. You know? Question for the cat. Do cats have different dialects? Yes, we do. I speak a Southern California dialect of kitty. I can barely understand Alabama kitties because they meow with such a thick drawl. Meow, 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 meow. Just like that. Can't even understand what they're saying. Okay, next question. Kitty, does the miscommunication between TI tool and FI tool also apply to TI DOMs and FI DOMs? No. No, it really doesn't. Eric, are you TI DOM? No, I'm actually a TI tool. But I'm an FI DOM, right? Yes, you're an ISFP. Well, Eric and I get along great. He just does what I say, and I just don't take any lip, and we get along fine. Well, I mean, Capio, that's a little bit of a, I guess, denigrative depiction of our relationship. I don't give a fuck. It's your job to feed me, open doors, pet me when I want. That's it. Praise me when I enter a room. One nice thing is Rachel and Eric have both been well trained. Whenever I enter a room, they make a big deal about it, like I'm Kim Jong-un. You're like, oh my God, you're here. Thank God it's Kitty. She's so magnificent. And, that's what I expect. I am the kitty pageant winner, after all. She's got a bit of an ego. I'm not going to deny. She's a bit of an egotistical kitty. Yeah, the fuck they will declaw me. I'll pull off their fingers before they declaw me. That's fair, kitty. If I'm going to declaw you, you should have the right to take off my fingers. So you don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to declaw you. I'm not sleepy. I just, you guys aren't even really worth looking at. I can just talk with my eyes closed. I can multitask. As an ISFP cat, I can sleep and talk at the same time. Yeah, don't even talk about it. It makes me sad from the heart. It makes my heart hurt. Is it because we demand that others validate on our tool function but not our dominant? Look, all I know is I don't like it when people start arguing their black and white shit when, life's not like that. Life's rich and nuanced, full of emotion. So, I think it's important that we not be illogical, but at the same time, I'm not going to be constrained by your TI. You're not going to cross my boundaries. That's why, if I want to get in the house, I'm going to get in the house. I'm going to scratch until I get let in. It's true. Any other questions for the cat? Let's see. Yeah, I'll just rest. It's fine. You talk about your dumb COVID or MBTI or whatever it is you do. Come on, Capio. You know what I talk about. Okay, fine. Talk about your typology stuff. Go ahead. All right. So anyway, TINIFE and boom, SI. It's like, wow, TE and SE. And it's like, pow, pow. Yeah, just like that. That's how I normally talk about cognitive functions. I can't believe there's not more of a crowd here with this rare opportunity to interview my cat. My cat doesn't do a lot of interviews. She's an ISFP. She's pretty private. Which personality type smells best to cats? Well, I'm not sure about that, but I do tell you this. Rachel smells better than Eric. I really like to get all up in her hair and push my face around. It smells good. It smells like, I don't know, I guess human lady or something. Yeah, she does smell good. Um, Cat, question. How did you get so big? Are you okay? I'm actually not that big. I'm regular large size, kitty. Uh, Maybe I look large right now because the camera's so close, but um, I'm not even qualified for the plus size kitty catalog modeling jobs. I'm just not big enough for those. So I was just on 2020 Katie Sports Illustrated Katie swimsuit issue. I was on the cover in my polka dot swimsuit. You may have seen it. Dave Sanderson asks, "What's your favorite rap song?" Um, I like a lot of rap songs. I guess I'd say maybe that one. Um, all the cats in the world, raise your paws in the air, say meow, say meow. You know that one? That's one of my favorites. And I pull my gat out, and another dog's dead. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, you may know that song. I'm not sure. You probably listen to a different kind of rap than me. I listen to kitty rap mostly. Yeah, she doesn't listen to. She doesn't really like human rap. And the thing is, she's translating right now. The kitty rap. It's pretty much just, from what I can tell, it's just meow 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 meow. She hates that song. Oh, who let the dogs out? I fucking hate that song. Whoever let the dogs out, they need to go to jail. Keep the dogs inside. We just put them in the pound, for God's sakes. I hate those fuckers. Capio, we talked about your language. Sorry. I learned it from you, Dad. Okay, well, do as I say, not as I do. Uh-huh, sure. What's your name? Leaf Trimmer asks. My name's Capio P. The P and the P Strauss. Try your name's Capio, the P and the P Strauss. You want to tell them what Capio means? Capio is a Hawaiian word that means sweetheart. Yes, I named you that because you're such a sweetheart. I know. I'm a sweetheart with a hell of a scope. Taking a bunch of canines out. You can't cope with me. You guys familiar with that rap song? It's another kitty rap song I'm very fond of. I think that might be "Fuck the Police" by NWA, kitty. No. It's "Shoot All Those Canines" by Kitty Cat Gangsta Kitty Cat Club. Oh, I'm not familiar with that band. Oh, they're hot. They're number one in the kitty Billboard charts. What are they called again? Kitty Cat Gangsta Kitty Cat Club. Dog lives don't matter, bitch. Capio. Well, I'm sorry if I don't do this. These idiots make me mad. I know. I'm sorry. This drummer's not an idiot. He's just joking. Have you ever heard of a ferret? Have you ever heard a ferret duke, hiss, bark, or chitter? No, I don't have any ferrets around here. We got a skunk around here. And skunk and I get along all right. There's a raccoon. Gotta avoid those things. They're dangerous. There's a possum. It's just kind of disgusting. There are some mice. I kill them when I find them. There's some birds.
And I kill those too when I find them in lizards. And I bring them as presents to reward my servants, Eric and Rachel. You know, we really don't want those presents, to be perfectly honest. If Rachel doesn't want to hurt your feelings, Rachel always acts uh, happy for the cat's behalf when the cat brings us some gross thing. Oh, thank you. um, Kitty is a bit of a dog groupist. Kitty, do you like the Miamas and the Piapas? I like the Miamas. The Papas are a bunch of worthless dogs. Hey, Leaf Trimmer, you know what? Hey, Eric, can you block Leaf Trimmer? He's hurting my feelings. You know, we don't really roll that FI around here, Capio. I'm going to leave this channel. I'm going to leave this channel for weeks. I know you are. I'm an ISFP, goddammit. You do not want to cross my boundaries. Leaf Trimmer, you better stop. You're pissing Capio off. You don't want to piss off an ISFP, okay? They're very, like, you know, kittens got claws, I guess you could say. In the old school misogynist fashion, you might indicate, wow, kittens got claws, like that. It's infantilizing and dismissive, but sexy at the same time. Just like me. Would you say I'm more infantilizing, dismissive, or sexy? Or is it an equal mix of all three? Fumble Hot wants to know if you see ghosts, Kitty. Occasionally. They're not usually very scary. Typically, the only people who really return to Earth as a ghost are housekeepers who died during the commission of their housekeeping duties. It seems to create a uniquely powerful urge to return from the afterlife in ghost form. So you see a lot of them with mops and buckets, spray bottles, step ladders, and so forth. They really they pretend to clean things. They don't really impact the regular world. I don't bother even meowing at them anymore, frankly. I like Winston Churchill's very egalitarian ENTP remark. I like pigs. Dogs look up to us, cats look down on us, pigs treat us as equals. Cats definitely look down on us. But you know, this cat really loves us a lot. I gotta say, this cat has gotten nothing but just nonstop positive regard and affection from me and Rachel, anyway. And she's become increasingly loving as a consequence. Kitty, do you think evolution explains the existence of different species? I mean, that's what they said in school, right? She doesn't know. I know. I remember. It's like, you know, Darwin and stuff. Yeah, it's not really. She's just, can we not get into it, please? Hold her line hand. What? I don't believe in evolution. You don't believe in evolution? God, how dumb are you? Capio, look, every smart person and every scientist in every university in the world agrees that evolution is responsible for species. Are you trying to tell me you're smarter than all those people? No, I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than them. I'm just saying they're wrong. Okay, sure. Likely story, Eric. Likely story. Well, Capio, you know, I think you've kind of overstated the consensus on the matter, and you're kind of ignoring a lot of nuanced arguments regarding it. Yeah, whatever. Have I ever typed police to you, Capio? No, you type me as ISFP. It's not like I go around saying I'm an ISFP, whoopee. I don't make a YouTube channel claiming to be an ISFP. So why would you type police me? Good point. Well, ask a dumb question, Winston's mom. Is Capio neuter? I'm a woman cat. You don't neuter women. She's right. You don't neuter women. Leaf trimmer. You can only neuter something by cutting off their testicles. Yeah, I never had any testicles. Well, what do I think of Bobo 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 Bobo? I think it's a terrible, terrible cartoon. I don't understand why it was ever popular. What's the deal with the nose hair thing? That's what I think of Bobo 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 Bobo. Any other questions for Capio? She's here. She's finally on the live stream. I keep trying to get her to join me, and she keeps saying later, some other time, or whatever. Are cats secretly racist towards cats with different stripe patterns? No. Trouble. I have to admit, he's a very handsome scamp of a bad boy. Any lady like me would be a little bit intrigued for sure. And he doesn't even have any stripes. He's just like mostly gray and then some white parts on him. And then there's this horrible orange cat comes around, but the horribleness of the cat is unrelated to the orangeness of the cat. That cat's just a bitch. I mean, I don't like to use the word, but that cat is a CUNT. Formal Hot wants to know how many lives you have left. 2. Really? You only have 2 lives yet left? Yeah. You're my third to last life. I don't know. It's okay. You're doing it. I'll be honest, Eric. You're killing it. This is, it's not a stretch to say this is the best of the 7 lives I've had so far. Now, don't blow it. Now, it is a bit of a stretch because Laverne wasn't that great. That black cat there, fuck that cat. That cat was such a bitch. It took me months before I finally established a little bit of dominance, and she still wanted to fight me all the time. It's like, what I ever did to you, And you weren't any help. Well, I mean, Kitty, I was help. I chased her away lots of times. Okay, you were a little help. And that woman you were with, what was her deal? I did not like her. Yeah, she's a little pushy on the cats, She's kind of pushed herself on you. I know. I was like, excuse me, I don't want you to pick me up. Yeah, she wasn't very respectful. No, she wasn't. What happened to my mom anyway? She went to live on a farm. Oh, why? She decided she wanted to raise cattle. Oh, okay. Are you lying to me? No, I'm not lying. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I did have a chicken. I loved that chicken. There were a couple of pets over there I really loved that we lost. That relationship was cursed. It's like everything we touched died. Everything we touched turned to shit. Kitty, are you a witch? No, I don't currently practice witchcraft. You might say I'm a witch historian. I do study the history of witches, as is normal for cats, as witches like to have cats incorporated into their various practices. We like to be aware of what signs to look out for a witch, because, I'm going to be honest, nearly 70% of the activities that a cat does to assist a witch in her operations involve boiling and skinning the cat. So it's a good idea to avoid witches if you're a cat. Do you use a magical thinking frame, Dave Sanderson wants to know? A magical thinking frame? Look, I use my feelings, okay? I know what I want and I do it. You're thinking too much. Capillo. Yes, yes, you. um, do I love Delilah more than you? Lee Trimmer wants to know. I love you in different ways, okay? The love between a man and his cat is a special kind of sensuality. It's unique to a man and his cat. I never have the sort of intense physical sensuality with my daughter that I do with my cat. Um, in fact, I don't think it's true for either Rachel or I that we have the same kind of intense sensuality with each other that we do with the cat. You know, the cat will lie on top of me or on Rachel for a long time, insisting on pets, whereas, we'll cuddle for a few minutes and then get tired of cuddling and want our own half of the bed again. So, Kitty and I have more physical contact with Kitty than I do with any person, probably. Or I wish I did. I don't always. Kitty chooses Rachel more than she chooses me. All right, Oliver Lineham wants to know, what do you think about trans anarcho feminist fascist Marxist Pinochetism with judo, Juche American characteristics and Victorian aesthetics? Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'm an ISFP, remember? I go outside, I climb up the tree, I kill some small things, I get pets, I get food, I sleep here, I sleep inside, I tell them which room I want to sleep in, and sometimes they're slow. If they're both asleep, sometimes it can be hard to get the message across. You are to walk me across to the other room and open the other door for me. But I usually get it across. Like Eric, I'll pat his nose with my paw a few times, and then I'll meow at him, and he'll generally understand that I'm not going to leave him alone until he walks me across the cold outside part to the other room. And sometimes begrudgingly, but he's a good guy. He does it. He does his job. Yes, you are quite the princess, let me tell you. So what do you think about what I've told you about your type so far, Kitty? Yeah, it sounds right to me. It's like I know what's authentic to me. I know what I really care about and want, and what I don't. And I do what I want. Sounds like me. Got a good life. But I hear that ISFPs have to carry with them all the emotional baggage they've accrued over the years. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of emotional baggage. How many birds have you killed? 18. Yes, I keep track. 18 birds. Now, granted, I didn't necessarily kill them all, but I critically injured them at least, so that when Eric took them away and set them on top of a bush, they were sure to die anyway. Lee Trimmer says he heard about a cat feeding on its owner's corpse in their house.
Well, if you don't lock me indoors with a dead body indefinitely. You've locked me indoors with a dead body, and your problem is what I'm doing? Upside of F bipolar. Emotional baggage only lasts 3 to 5 minutes. Funny, sort of true, but what I've discovered about it is that, like, when I got divorced from my second wife, I had a good couple of months of so nice to be out of that relationship. And then when Thanksgiving came, I had this rush of grieving for the relationship that hadn't happened yet. So it typically will catch up with you if it's a significant enough event. You just won't, it'll go away right away, and then you'll have to process it at some point. If it's not a significant event, then it just goes away forever, Okay, am I done now? That's too many words for me. Too many words. Okay, kitty. Fine. Fair enough. You've had too many words. I get it. You're unipolar. Let me tell you something. She gets every single inky pinky wrong. Every single one. She doesn't use stones when killing birds, actually. She's not a tool-using cat. I wonder about her psychology when she's playing Attack the Cat in the Mirror, which she does sometimes inside the house. There's a full body sliding mirror door. It's like the door to the closet is actually a mirror on this side, on the side that you would stand and look at yourself. So it's like when you're when you're peeing, if you're sitting down anyway, I guess even more so if you're standing up, you can look at yourself in the mirror from way over there, right? In the inside house, not in here. And I'll watch Kitty sometimes play arch her back and box the kitty of the mirror. And so it's like, I wonder, obviously at some point she has to have realized that's not a real cat, right? Because it has no smell of a cat. It has no sounds of a cat except her own sounds. And it always does exactly what she does. And she can never actually touch it. She always touches mirror instead. And so is it the case that now she's, I haven't tried that. Is it the case that now she's simply playing when she does that? Or does she still believe that cat to be another cat, So I have heard of that test. They use this test to see if an animal has self-awareness. They like if you have a bird, a lot of kinds of birds, I guess, but not all kinds of birds, and you put a little like piece of crap that's a different color from their feathers on their chest, and you show them in the mirror, they go, "Oh, what's this?" And they get it. So they're clearly aware that the thing in the mirror is themselves. There's a list of animals that has this ability. I forget exactly what it's called, the ability, but let me pull up the list. One of the interesting things is on this list is ants. List of animals that recognize themselves in a mirror. The mirror test, sometimes called the mark test, mirror self-recognition test, red spot technique, or rouge test, is a test to determine whether the animal possesses the ability of visual self-recognition. It's the traditional method for attempting to measure self-awareness. However, agreement has been reached that animals can be self-aware in ways not measured by the mirror test, such as distinguishing between their own and others' songs and scents. In the classic MSR test, an animal is anesthetized and then marked, e.g., painted or sticker attached on an area of the body the animal normally cannot see. When the animal recovers from the anesthetic, it is given access to a mirror. If the animal then touches or investigates the mark, it is taken as an indication that the animal perceives the reflected images of itself rather than that of another animal. Very few species have passed the test. Species include great apes, one Asiatic elephant, dolphins, orcas, the Eurasian magpie, and the cleaner wrasse, which is a fish. A wide range of species have been reported to fail the test, including several species of monkeys, giant pandas, and sea lions. The other thing is, what it doesn't say here, I don't see it here, is ants apparently do successfully pass. Animals that have failed include sea lions, giant panda, cats. Cats may respond to being exposed to a mirror by showing aggression or disinterest and are known not to pass the mirror test. Primates that fail the test: gibbons, stump-tailed macaques, crab-eating macaques, rhesus macaques, black and white colobus, capuchin monkeys, hamadryas baboons, and cotton-top tamarins. These are all primates that have failed the test. Birds that have failed the test include gray parrots, New Caledonian crows, jackdaw, and great tit. I guess those are considered smart fish. It's surprising that they failed, presumably. Giant manta rays are iffy in their results. It's not clear if they passed or not. They behave strangely in front of the mirror, and they did not interact with the reflection of it as if it were another manta ray. They did not try to socialize with it. So it's probably because manta rays don't have any way of picking something off of themselves, it's very difficult to imagine them being tested with this test. Another fish that may pass the mirror test is the archerfish. A study in 2016 showed that archerfish can distinguish between human faces. Researchers showed this by testing the archerfish, which spit a stream of water and an image of a face when they recognized it. Pigs. Pigs can use visual information seen in a mirror to find food and show evidence of self-recognition when presented with their reflections. In a 2009 experiment, 7 of 8 pigs tested were able to find a bowl of food hidden behind a wall and revealed using a mirror. The 8th pig looked behind the mirror for the food. So that means they didn't get the concept of the mirror. They thought it was a window, I guess.
Why doesn't it say anything about ants, though? I've heard ants pass this test, too. Let me see. Do ants recognize themselves in a mirror? Ants. In 2015, scientists published research that suggests some ants can recognize themselves when looking in a mirror. When viewing other ants through glass, ants didn't divert from their normal behaviors. However, their behavior did change when they were put in front of a mirror. The ants would move slowly, turn their heads back and forth, shake their antennae, and touch the mirror. They'd retreat and reapproach the mirror. Sometimes they would groom themselves. The ants were next given a classic mirror test. The team of researchers would use blue dots to mark the clypeus of some of the ants, which is a part of their face near their mouths. When in an environment without mirrors, these ants would behave normally and wouldn't touch the markings. But this changed when they could see their reflections in a mirror. The ants with blue dots on their face would groom and appear to try to remove their markings. Very young ants and other ants with brown dots that blended in with the color of their face didn't clean themselves. Interestingly, neither did ants with blue dots on the back of their heads. When put in the company of these blue dotted faces, other ants would respond aggressively, presumably because the difference caused them to think the blue dotted ant was an outsider. All of this leads the researchers to conclude that the clypeus is a species-specific physical characteristic that is important for group acceptance. Given that these ants tried to clean the mark rather than respond aggressively, the ants didn't think their reflection was another ant. I mean, so that's pretty convincing, right? That ants recognize themselves in mirrors. So it makes you wonder how much recognizing yourself in a mirror is actually linked to self-awareness, because you wouldn't expect ants to have a high level of self-awareness, right? A sock account. What's a sock account? Why are you here again and not doing music? Because you're an intuitive? Is that why? Because SE's hard. I know it is hard. Is there something about Tiny Man 66 that I'm not getting, Chris Chapman? Is there a subtle awesomeness to it that I'm missing out on? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. For the stone, a bishop wore in Old England in his ring. The amethyst was his stone because he came home on a 34th anniversary. He was an ENFP and so damn sweet, but not very smart. One species of jellyfish is immortal? Does that mean he can take infinite damage without dying? Well, Tiny Man 66, the cool thing is you get to define how transgender you want to be. So I'm transgender, but I just go from extremely manly to slightly womanly and back again. So that's all the range. I mean, occasionally I'll get medium womanly, depending on just how moist I'm feeling, I guess. But I'm fluidly transgender, of course. And, even when I'm pretty womanly, I still retain my male genitals and other parts. I still retain my Adam's apple.
Oh, I see. Some good extroverted intuition there, Chris Chapin. I mean, I think when she's saying tiny man, she's referring to her clitoris. A clitoris is kind of like a tiny man. It stands guard at the very tip top of a woman's vagina. I think that's what, yeah, she established this. Clitoris? Oh, you mean that irrelevant part? How to get a woman interested in you as a sexual partner. Clitoris. Oh, that irrelevant little button thing? Yeah, I guess that's just sort of, what do they call that? Vesticle? Like a little tail or something? Or your appendix? So anyway, want to go home and make love? Oh, don't worry, I know how you like it. Just 2 pumps and done. Quick and easy for you. Don't get me wrong. I used to misunderstand women, but now I get it. What you want is 0 foreplay, 2 pumps, done, boom. No fuss, no muss. Eric's Sexual Competency School. Number 1, remember, only one of the 2 of you has needs. Which one? Why, you, of course, not her. Okay, everybody remember rule number 1 in Eric's Sexual Competency School. Sexual intercourse between a man and a woman is about a man's needs, okay? Rule number 1. Rule number 2. Here's 2 words you never need to use or think about again. Foreplay and clitoris. Irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. Rule number 3. Chicks hate it when you take too long. It's like, just get in and out of there as quick as possible. It's inherently unhygienic. It's a mess. If she doesn't bathe first, you never know. It might be smelly. Just bam, bam, you're done. Call it a day. With these simple steps, you too can be a world-renowned Lothario like me. Okay? Everybody needs 3 different Erics telling them how to make love. I'm here to instruct you, man. You want to knock a woman's socks off. Remember the rules I just told you. Foreplay? More like bore play. If you want to bore a woman,
then move slow. Number 2, clitoris, more like litter this. This thing is irrelevant. Don't worry about it. You never need to think about it again. Rule number 3, in and out quick. Think of a woman like a fast food restaurant. You don't want to wait in line a long time. You want your Big Mac, you want your fries, you want your Coke, and you want to drive away. Okay? This is how you love in a loving relationship. Don't waste her time. She's nice enough to spread her legs for you. Don't waste her time. Just bam, bam, done. I'm being a bratty smart mouth. Oh. You mean you shouldn't follow my advice? You mean that's bad advice? Oh. Wait a second. Oh yeah, it's probably not very good advice. If you were seriously thinking about following that advice, I'd say that at least if you talk that way, you're probably not going to wow a lot of perspective lady liaison pair mates. Lady liaison pair mates. This is a great name for a character in an anime. They got some crazy names for these characters in these animes. You know, maybe they named that princess and gave Pina Colada. Princess Pina Colada. What? Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. I'm all done drinking Bloody Marys. Why? It was the vodka that was the problem, not the blood. What if a woman ignores your harassment and violent messages, but doesn't file a no contact order? I mean, she wants you. That's her way of playing hard to get, is all. She wants every inch of your love in all of her holes. Did I see something move? Ah! What's supposed to happen when you do that? The Virgin Mary comes down and has sexual intercourse with you? I like the way lions do it. 20 times a day and it only lasts 1 minute. I tell you who's really the king of quick is the male peacock. It's like 5 seconds. It's like the lady peacock comes and she squats down in front of the male peacock for a second, and he runs up and goes, ah, and gets up on top of her, and she goes, squawk, 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 and then in like 5 seconds they're parted. It's so quick. If sex were judged like Civil War surgery, peacocks would be the ultimate surgeons. Because you know what the standard for good Civil War surgery was, don't you? Speed. To be a good surgeon in the Civil War was exactly the same thing as being a fast surgeon in the Civil War. Because in the Civil War, surgery entailed having some part of you sawed off without anesthetics, without anesthesia. So the best surgeons were those who could saw off your arm in 5 seconds, you know. The worst surgeons were like, oops, did that? I'm sorry, I missed let me start in a new spot. You know, that would be like your nightmare surgeon, right? Can you imagine how awful that would be to limit the time before anesthetics? If I'd had to have all those teeth pulled today without any anesthetics, I don't think I could. I don't think I could do it. I guess if you don't have any choice, then you just freaking bear it, I guess, Civil War surgeons. Oh, do you have a cold? Off with the fingers on your right hand and the toes on your left foot, and there. No more cold. Now you'll have gangrene in 2 different spots. Yeah, if you're going to chop off a limb, decisiveness is a virtue, for sure. You want that shit over fast. You don't want to be like that guy who was stuck between those rocks and had to saw off his own arm. Oh, Jesus. Talk about a nightmare. Well, well, the thing is, the reason it was easier for him to saw his arm was because he could break the bone first and then saw between the pieces of broken bone. But, boy, that's what's called life presenting you with a challenge, right? You gotta really man up. I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah. He survived. That fucker survived that whole ordeal, crazily enough. Well, this is about time for old host Eric to take another pill, swish my mouth with that mouthwash again, a prescription mouthwash, and then plague doctors in 1348. Oh, you got the plague? Too many cats. That's why. If you kill all these cats, then you wouldn't get the plague. Cats are associated with the devil. But they keep the rats down. Yeah, well, rats, they're smaller. But they're kind of gross. Yeah, but cats are evil. And the plague's evil. Hence, cats are responsible for the plague. All right, then, Doc. If you say so, my prescription for you, kill 2 cats and call me in the morning. We killed all the cats. Now everybody has the plague. You must have missed one. You must have missed a cat. That's why you all have the plague. Because you weren't thorough enough in your cat killing. Gosh, this doctor sure is wise. Also, it's very likely you may have toads in your stomach. That often causes the plague. It could be vampires. Those cause the plague. Or maybe you aren't repenting enough for your sins. That might cause the plague. Have you worshipped any false idols lately? No? None? Not even Beelzebub? You have worshipped Beelzebub. Oh, okay. Well, that might explain it. Pretty sure he's the source of the Black Plague. You notice I haven't got the Black Plague, even though I'm constantly French kissing people who have it. Why do you think that is?
It's because I pray. That's why. And I kill all my cats. That's why. Well, yeah, but the problem is this. I try to collect those plague preventing donations, and everyone's like, all the people in my family are dead, and I'm a 4-year-old, and I'm about to die. It's like, well, fine, but don't you have any money? And they just sort of wail incomprehensibly. It's just like, okay. Too late for these people, I guess. What are we talking about? We're talking about the Black Plague. Hi, Reese. I noticed you're one of my recent subscribers. I don't usually look at that stuff, but I'm really curious about this bunny lady or whatever. The banana warrior or banana bunny warrior or something like that. She's got about the same number of subs as me. She's a hardcore vegan person. All of her content is about being vegan and stuff, which I find encouraging. It's like I want to have a place that's safe for vegans. It's like this environment is not particularly welcoming to the tofu and interpretive dance crowd, right? But I don't want it to be unwelcoming to them. They say vegan, vegetarian women taste nicer. Well, do they taste like sage and sandalwood? I want a woman that tastes like sage and sandalwood. Oh my God, it's just like I'm at some sort of hippie concert down here. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Winston's mom. I had forgotten that, actually. I remember talking to him the other night, but I don't remember what we were talking about. From a realistic or religious perspective, we're sort of making fun of the ways they approached the Black Plague back when they actually had the Black Plague, because one of the common instructions that people gave each other during that time regarding it was that the presence of cats, which were evil, was somewhat responsible for the plague. Of course, the plague was likely spread in part by fleas, and the cats would have killed those rats. And so, of course, cats have fleas too, but they say women made entirely out of meat taste the most satisfying. I hate women that are made out of vegetables. It's like they're so cold and limp. I don't know if it was or not. That was a hypothesis back when I took history that was popular. It may have been subsumed by some more well argued explanation by contemporary historians. But I really don't know. Have I ever consumed a woman made of stone? Well, first of all, she'd have to be very small. Second of all, even if I did consume her, I'd probably just poop her out. Eventually, I don't think I would get much nutrition out of her. They say it was fleas that spread it from the rats. That's what I heard in high school back in history class. If it's still the theory or not, I'm not sure. The point being, even if cats do have fleas, you'd be better off having a lot of cats to get rid of the rats, because if you have 0 cats you have way more rats than if you have a lot of cats. You realize you'll have more rats than cats, Yes, fleas from rats spread veganism. Correct. That's where veganism comes from. It's a genetic disease. It's entered into the genome via epigenetics. Veganism is. It's part of our species evolution. Fleas and ticks are known to carry some very dangerous viruses. Yeah, ticks, especially. I remember maybe 20 years ago, there started to be a lot of public service announcements about Lyme's disease, which is caused by ticks. I'd never heard about it before that, and I don't know if anybody else really had either, but I guess it's quite a serious disease. I don't live in an area where there are a lot of ticks. We do have fleas, but I don't live in an area with really ticks very much. But I guess that's if you get, is it lupus? Is that what you get from ticks? That is quite a debilitating illness. So, whatever you do, don't dip your scrotum into a sack full of ticks. Oh, it's Lyme's disease. Okay, Lyme's disease. Right, but with a Y. Lauren Cuthbert with a Y. Lupus, Lyme's, whatever. They used to have a disease called dropsy. What was dropsy? What do they call it now? It's not called dropsy anymore. What's it called? You can become permanently disabled from Lyme's disease. So the parasite actually changes the brain of the animal. Oh, you mean the tick? Oh, you're talking about a different kind of parasite. I heard about some parasite cats can harbor, which makes animals more ballsy to the point where they become easy prey, which enables the parasite to move on to the next animal. Huh. It's like syphilis or something. Dropsy is a condition where your body doesn't absorb water correctly. So it doesn't have anything to do with dropping stuff? I would have assumed that dropsy is a condition where you're always dropping shit, Like people with only one fat arm. Maybe they're just working out always with their left arm. And that's why their right arm's so fat. Thought about that. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's not dropsy. Maybe it's just excessive arm workout disproportionality. Oh, good. Good news, everybody. Leaf Trimmer's here with the truth. Lyme disease is a hoax conspiracy made by the New World Order government to trick us into shopping at Macy's. Because Macy's has all the fashions for Lyme disease season. Lyme disease season has its own runway show in Paris. Are you ready for this year's Lyme disease season? And like all the clothes have like pictures of ticks on them and stuff, Is it a bad choice to go into TV or film production? I think it's what I want to do. I mean, I think that TV or film production or working in the entertainment industry is great once you're in, once you're in and you get some connections and you meet some people and you can sort of network your way into various projects. I think it's a great business to be into, but it's a hard business to break into, because I think obviously there's
auditions and stuff, and people want to get the best actor for the part. But there's also sort of marketability capital that often renders those questions irrelevant, and networking capital that often renders those questions irrelevant. So, in other words, meet the right people, make the right friends, get in somewhere with somebody who's a mover or shaker, and you'll find yourself dragged along and involved in various things, probably. Well, my mouth is starting to hurt a little bit. I'm surprised I'm so not tired at the moment. You're not a famous woman, Boba Fett? Well, let me tell you, as a famous woman, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I spend practically half of my time telling guys to stop staring at my tits. It's not easy. It's not easy being young, nubile, and chesty like me. I hear the cat calls, and I don't show anything, but it hurts. Inside, I'm crying. A lot of times I'll hear nice tits, which is really crude. I'm not wearing this low-cut crop top to entice lewd remarks, okay? I'm not showing all this cleavage because I want you to look at it. I'm just expressing me, what it means to be me, who I am. It's like guys checking me out when I'm walking down the street, like trying to look at my butt and stuff. It's like, hey, my skirt, it does cover both my cheeks and my vagina, barely. And it may be true that I'm not wearing any panties, but that doesn't justify you objectifying me. Okay? It doesn't. Just because I'm going down the street in pasties and a thong doesn't mean I want you looking at my body. Okay? It's just how I dress. That's just how I dress. I wear pasties and I wear a thong. If it's hot outside, I don't want to wear a bunch of unnecessary clothes. I got a shirt, pasties. I got shoes. I got my flip-flops on. I got pants, my thong bikini bottom. And so I should get service. I should be able to dress how I want and make my way freely through society without attracting a whole bunch of attention just because I'm dressed in pasties and a thong and stiletto heels. It doesn't mean I want you to objectify me, okay? Everybody get this? I hope it's clear. My beauty is, like Oliver Lionhand says, on the inside, behind these massive knockers, in front of this slamming ass. Yeah, but you want to get ogled. I don't think Tiny Man 66 that your planet is a trap. I think Tiny Man 66
it is fair to say that you are a dick enthusiast, shall we say. Let's replace some of those negative connotation words, right? And let's replace them with proper descriptions. Tiny Man 66 should not be derided for her dick enthusiasm. Okay? You just like attention. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be objectified. Okay? Somebody has to do it. Not everybody can be the subject. You only have a bunch of sentences that say things like, with intransitive verbs like I yawn, I sleep, I lie down. Hoes make the world go round. Do they? Is that what makes the world go round? Is hoes? All right, I take these pills. I guess I'll take 2 of these. Help me sleep. Tylenol with codeine. You know. There's this really pretty trans INFJ on here, pole dancer, stripper. I think she mentioned it. Mentioned what? I don't like transness, really. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable to think that, like, some dude would so successfully present as a chick that I might mistake them as a chick, mistake them for a chick. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're a dude, You can call yourself whatever. I'll happy to call you by your name. You used to be Steve, now you're Jennifer. Fine, I'll call you Jennifer. But I'm not going to use your pronouns because I don't perceive you as a woman. I'm not going to lie to you. So, how fast can we turn a person or a place into a thing? Well, I mean, you could say, like, he pulled a Bill Buckner. Bill Buckner is a thing as well as a person. No, it's the example of the ultimate choke, right? Like, all you got to do is the ultimate. You got one job, right? I support their rights too. Believe me, I am in full support of trans rights. I'm not opposed to people doing what they want with both their identity and their body. It's their property. But what I'm saying is, it makes me uncomfortable in a couple of ways. One, there's a difference between a transvestite and transgender. So if he is physically a man, but he dresses in women's clothes, that makes him a transvestite, not transgender. If he chooses to call himself a woman and dress in women's clothes and is physically a man, then he's both transgender and a transvestite. But the thing is, I do have concerns about surgery. I think that the body dysmorphia argument is a fairly strong one. In general, I don't think it's healthy to alter your body because you feel the body you have is inadequate in some way, with some exceptions. So it's like, again, I support anybody's right to do with their property what they wish, which includes their body. But that doesn't mean that I don't have serious reservations about whether it's a smart decision for them. In other words, when I hear that somebody's going to change their gender, especially if it involves surgery, I don't feel like angry at them or judgy or scared of them or anything like that. I feel sorry for them because I think they're making a mistake. Now, that may be just projecting my worldview onto them, and that's fine. You could say that, but it seems sad that somebody feels the need to change themselves that much to be okay. You know, it sort of fundamentally feels not healthy. But I can't sustain that argument. Ultimately, the winning argument is their body to do with what as they please, you know. But whether or not it is a healthy thing to do, whether it comprises an example of body dysmorphia or yada, 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 those are more complicated questions. The best argument against the body dysmorphia argument is that people who make the body dysmorphia argument typically don't say the same thing about a boob job or a nose job or, say, repairing a cleft lip. One could argue that there's nothing wrong with a cleft lip and it oughtn't be repaired because it's just an appearance thing or something, but that's not how society understands it. People understand that the person with the cleft lip, even if it doesn't impact their speech or something, will be subject to a much more difficult life than if it were to be repaired. So it's a tough argument to sustain that a transgendered person is guilty of body dysmorphia when so many other fundamentally cosmetic or elective kinds of surgeries are considered acceptable or even desirable. So, you know, I understand the argumentational splay of things here, and I'm not trying to shit on transgender people at all. In fact, quite the contrary. My basic feeling about them is, for anybody who chooses to be transgender, I don't buy Reese M's point very much. There may be some people who go that route because it's become trendy in some sense, or it might seem to afford you a certain kind of odd social capital. But I suspect that for most people who choose to do that, especially if they go through any kind of surgery, that it's a long, hard decision, that they do so in the face of pushback from most people they know, most family and friends, and that, in fact, it takes quite a bit of resolve to decide to do that sort of thing. I still think it's probably a mistake, and that's why I almost exclusively feel sorry for them, not judgmental or anything like that. Certainly, I don't want to pile on. You know, it's like, it's got to be difficult enough to be a transgender person in this world without having somebody like me pile on with what may be some legitimate critiques, but that aren't going to help anybody. You know, it's like, sometimes people make life-altering mistakes, and that doesn't justify us pathologizing choice. You know? Is there a way you can DM? Have a look at this person, don't want to share their info publicly. I mean, you can email me. You know my email address, right? I'll put it here. Or you could text me. That's not how you spell Gmail. Oh, here's my phone number. There's no DMing on YouTube that I know of. Is there a helpful distinction between gender cues as perceived by society generally and actual gender-based attributes? I mean, there's been a lot of studies that have really tried to make the point that gender identity is socially conferred onto people. And it's just not the case. No matter what you do in terms of raising them, little girls want to play with girl toys and little boys want to play with boy toys, no matter how much you try to normalize the opposite. There's a lot of studies done on this. Girls want to play with toys to make them be like family members having relationships with each other. Boys want to play with toys where they're doing shit like building stuff with cars or fighting each other. It's implicit to human beings. However, it may be the case that gay boys don't want to play those things. Candace, my ex-wife, told me about her brother who turned out to be gay. As a child, being really into girl stuff, being really into dressing up and putting on shows and stuff. The thing is, it's not true universally across the board. There are definitely exceptions. So there are boys that don't fit into this general rule, and there are girls that do. But the point is, the studies have shown it's not linked to nurture. In other words, most girls do prefer to play with girl stuff, left to their own devices, without removing any normalization factors that might influence the child's decision making. So it's like, whether or not a girl plays with girl toys or boy toys, it has nothing to do with how they're raised. No, it's not. It's definitely not nurture. I saw it in my own daughter. I had a year or so or two of time to parent her as I thought, which was, clothes don't matter, haircuts, makeup and stuff don't matter. She was a little girl, she was always a little girl. What she was interested in, what she liked and stuff, it was all girl stuff. Didn't matter. I couldn't nurture the girl out of her. She's girly. So yeah, there's been a big movement to try to show that the only reason women have women's roles and men have men's roles is because society is forcing that on everybody. Well, that is complete bullshit. Complete bullshit, it turns out. So that's just, whether you want to agree with it or not, leaf trimmer, what I'd suggest is Google it under Google Scholar and look up gender, nature, and nurture and check out the actual peer-reviewed studies on the matter and then decide a position on it, because you're saying that based on absolutely nothing, right? You have no reason why you think I'm wrong. Leaf trimmer, again, what I just said, right? I have reasons to believe I'm correct. you have no reasons to believe you're wrong. You just have a political position, which is sissy boys come from a lack of strong male figures. I mean, if you avoid Google Scholar entirely and use Google and only search for things that support that position, I bet you'll find a lot of evidence in favor of it. None of it worth its weight in shit. Strong male figure. So stupid. I mean, it's just like genuinely, I don't even know what else to call it. It's just like, it's so dumb what you're saying, Leaf Trimmer. Society's changing. That's why there are gay people. Okay. I don't like the way that people aren't forced to stay together even if they hate each other for their entire lives like they used to be. This death of the family is the cause of all the world's suffering. No, dude. No. You're crazy. You're talking crazy, crazy, crazy talk. Okay, that's a fine question. If you want to Google that in Google Scholar and see if there is a correlation between individuals raised in single family parent homes with a mother and self-identification as homosexuals later. That should be a fairly not difficult piece of data to find, right? So that's a good question. Leaf Trimmer, if you want to hold the position you hold, I would assume you have already searched for that piece of information and found that it confirmed your position, right? If not, then why do you hold that position? No, it's not made from a liquor bottle. This is Rachel's bong, which I'm smoking out of right now because it requires less suction. So it's better for my mouth, I guess. What's a sock account? Leaf Trimmer. So you've had a full year to actually check the very simple question that Reese presents that would resolve this matter for you. You've had a full year to look up to see if, in fact, boys raised by mothers in single parent homes turn out to be homosexuals at a higher rate. You've had a full year to actually check to see if your completely unwarranted belief might have a warrant to it. And you haven't done it. There are studies. All right. I'm going to go to Google Scholar
right now and find out if you're right. Okay. Let's see. Single mothers. Hmm. Okay. Developmental psychology, early life conditions, and adolescent sexual orientation, a prospective birth cohort study. This study tested the association between multiple prenatal and postnatal early life factors and adolescent sexual orientation in a longitudinal birth cohort. Factors included birth weight, gestational age, parental age at birth, number of older brothers and sisters, breastfeeding, maternal anxiety, depression, family socioeconomic positions, parent-child relationships, parental absences, puberty body mass index, and housing issues. So it checked against a lot of different vectors, I guess. We control for childhood sexual sexual orientation was assessed using a 5-point scale of sexual attraction at 15.5 years. Early life factors were separated into 3 developmental periods: prenatal, before 7 years, and after 7 years. We control for childhood gender nonconformity, handedness, and digit ratio as markers of prenatal androgen exposure. Gender nonconformity was strongly associated with later male and female non-heterosexuality, and higher right-hand digit ratio was associated with later male non-heterosexuality. Boys with low birth weight and shorter breastfeeding duration were more likely to have a later non-heterosexual orientation. Boys with parental absence before 7 years of age were more likely to be non-heterosexual, but this effect disappeared after entering all early life history factors. Parental absence since birth, low prenatal family socioeconomic position, the poor parent-child relationship were associated with later non-heterosexuality among girls. Research suggests that genetic factors explain approximately 1/3 of the variation in sexual orientation. Thus, most of the differences between people and their sexual orientation are due to environmental factors, often not shared, pointing to multiple etiology. Causal pathways are rarely tested in prior research because of the use of non-cross-sectional designs. Few data sets lend themselves to testing a range of biological and psychological variables.
Life history theory aims to explain the diversity and life trajectory of organisms, especially in the reproductive histories. It could be conceived of as biopsychosocial model, integrating genetic and non-genetic processes and accounting for variation in development and reproduction. In humans, this framework is focused on the influence of early life conditions on sexual behavior traits across the lifespan. Prior research suggested humans will adopt fast or slow sexual life history strategies according to the early environment they experience. The fastness or slowness is often defined by the age at which reproductive or sexual behaviors begin. For example, studies have reported associations between low birth weight or other indicators of reduced parental investment during the early years, such as father absence, and accelerated pubertal maturation among human females. Various explanatory models propose the differences in early life experiences may influence subsequent sexual behavior by constraining an individual's growth or by acting as forecasts of ecological conditions. This makes responding to a variable early life conditions with changes in sexual behavior a facultative adaptive response. Although much research is focused on female sexual life history, one meta-analysis revealed that low family socioeconomic position, maternal absence, and paternal absence were associated with early sexual debut, early first birth, and early marriage among men. Life history theory is generally silent on the trait of sexual orientation. We have argued previously that life history approaches are relevant to sexual orientation. We hypothesized that heterosexuality is an optimal and adaptive life history strategy given the species' typical pattern of sexual interest in humans towards the opposite sex. Non-heterosexuality represents a departure from that generally fitness-enhancing pattern of sexual behavior. Non-heterosexuality may represent a fast life history or be a byproduct of other life history traits. Epidemiological research suggests that people with infrequent homosexual behavior and attractions are more common than those with substantial or exclusive homosexuality. This may permit some direct reproduction to occur because heterosexual contacts still dominate in the former group and help transmit alleles related to non-heterosexuality in the population. A broader phenotype of non-heterosexuality may comprise reproductive and non-reproductive sexual contacts. The number of older brothers is robustly associated with male sexual orientation. Homosexual men are usually born after their siblings, and this late position in birth order is associated with the number of older brothers, but not with the number of older sisters, or younger brothers. This phenomenon has been termed the fraternal birth order effect. Here, each male fetus the mother carries appears to increase the odds of homosexuality in later born males by about 33%. It has been hypothesized that carrying successive male fetuses triggers a maternal immune response, possibly towards Y-linked minor histocompatibility antigens from female fetuses, and this feminizes the brain development of later born males, increasing the odds of expressing a homosexual orientation. However, FBO cannot explain the sexual orientation of all non-heterosexual men, and studies this far cross-sectional. Now, here's the thing that Lee Trimmer is talking about: parental involvement and psychosocial factors. Low parental investment, characterized by parental absence, shorter breastfeeding duration, and other forms of psychosocial hardships, appear to be associated with fast reproductive life history in both men and women. Paternal absence before 5 years of age is associated with early menarche in girls. I don't know what menarche is. Again, few studies are longitudinal in design, and associations are generally weak. Although the suggestion of psychosocial or family influences in reproductive life history is widely studied, its role in sexual orientation is socially and scientifically controversial. The history of research in this area has tended to see psychosocial explanations as more stigmatizing of non-heterosexuality than biological ones. However, theories of causation may not be directly relevant to specific social and moral positions. Monozygotic twin differences clearly point to non-shared environmental influences. This contributes to the complexity of sexual orientation development, comprising both biological and non-biological influences. The role of social factors is likely to be small based on existing evidence, with few studies of good methodological quality. Importantly, the role of environmental factors is hypothesized to be stronger in female than male sexual orientation, given its greater malleability. Women report more bisexuality, report greater change in sexual identity and behavior patterns over time, and have a sexual orientation that is less category specific compared to men. The hypothesis of greater environmental involvement in female sexual orientation is thus uncontroversial. Let's see. Proposed psychosocial factors have predominantly included parent-child relationships. Poor parent-child relationships may be indicators of low parental investment and thus be associated with non-heterosexuality. Bell, Weinberg, and Hammersmith, 1981, found weak correlations between retrospective ratings of parent-child relationship traits and sexual orientation, but this effect became either non-significant or weak when childhood gender nonconformity was controlled. This highlights important problems in testing psychosocial factors. Non-heterosexuality may precede poor parent-child relationship. First, as pre-homosexual children are likely to be gender nonconforming, this may negatively influence relationship with parents. Homosexual men may also show elevated rates of separation anxiety in childhood, and this could also place negative pressure on parent-child relationships. The parents of pre-homosexual children may also differ from parents of pre-heterosexual children in ways that influence parent-child relationships. Strong evidence against parental psychosocial influences come from studies of children raised by non-heterosexual parents. These show no differences in sexual orientation between children reared by non-heterosexual parents and those reared by heterosexual parents. However, these studies rely on small convenience samples and may be compounded by third factors such as genetic parental factors. There is no robust work examining early familial SEP or other forms of parental investment on the development of sexual orientation to our knowledge. Non-heterosexual youth are more likely to experience early disruptions such as homelessness, but it is not clear whether this is related to family environment or other social factors such as discrimination and stigma. Studies using longitudinal designs may be better able to test the causal role of these and compounding factors such as childhood gender nonconformity. Other early life factors. Prior studies have found a range of other indicators of adverse early life conditions, including preterm birth, having older parents, shorter duration of breastfeeding, maternal anxiety and depression, are all associated with faster sexual life history strategies. Such factors may also be associated with later sexual orientation, but are poorly studied. Often they interact with each other, making associations with outcomes difficult to disentangle. Older maternal age has been reported to be associated with non-heterosexuality or homosexual marriage in men, but results are inconsistent. Developmentally sensitive periods. Several developmental stages may be important sensitive periods for the influence of early life conditions and their impact upon later sexuality. Life history scholars have suggested the first 5 or 7 years of life may be the most important. This may be due to pre-pubertal hormonal changes, including adrenarche, the 5 to 7 year old shift in cognition, language, and social skills, the responsivity of developing neural systems to adverse environments, and increased self-sufficiency during this time. Middle childhood may also be important, especially because sex differences in physiology, social behavior, and aggression intensify during this stage. Biological models of sexual orientation and development suggest that prenatal periods are critical. However, there may be more than one critical period for males and more sensitive periods for females during which sex hormones act. Psychosocial approaches to sexual orientation are silent on which developmental periods are important. This lack of specificity is a weakness of social explanations of sexual orientation. Given the role of developmental stages in life history and in modeled sexual orientation, the present study investigated early life factors in prenatal, postnatal, and postnatal. Childhood gender nonconforming behavior and prenatal hormonal exposure. 3 important developmental correlates of sexual orientation require comment here. Non-heterosexual men and women report more childhood gender nonconforming behavior on average than heterosexual adults. This pattern has been found in both prospective and retrospective studies, and it's a marker ascribed to the actions of prenatal androgens. The ratio shows a moderate sex difference, smaller in men than women, Women with congenital adrenal hyperplasia, a condition characterized by high prenatal androgen exposure, exhibit smaller, more masculine digit ratios. Non-heterosexual women have more masculine digit ratios than heterosexual women, but there is no difference in digit ratios between heterosexual and non-heterosexual men. Finally, handedness is a somatic trait that appears robustly associated with sexual orientation. Non-heterosexual men and women are significantly more likely to be non-right-handed than heterosexual men and women. The role of these variables in the life history framework is speculative but offer plausible hypotheses. Early life factors could promote GNCB, which then cascades into later non-heterosexuality because early life factors are causally closer to GNCB. That's stands for childhood gender nonconforming behavior, which then later cascades into non-heterosexuality because early life factors are causally closer to GNCB than to sexual orientation, or GNCB, handedness, and digit ratio could have independent influences on both early life conditions and sexual orientation. Early life conditions may alter prenatal androgen exposure and then influence later sexual orientation, or GNCB could act as a behavioral proxy for a common underlying mechanism, such as prenatal androgen exposure, with handedness and digit ratio acting as more direct markers. This is the most likely of those explanations, by the way. A prenatal androgen theory is the dominant model of sexual orientation development, and the present study examines these three indicators: androgen exposures, potential covariates. So I spent a lot of time reading that. Okay. Now, did you spend as much time listening to that, leaf trimmer, as I spent reading it? What was your takeaway from what I said when I was reading all that stuff? What's your takeaway from that study about your current position on the matter? Did that study support your position? Was it consistent with your position, inconsistent with your position? Did it make your position seem to be a good explanation, not a good explanation? What's your take on it? Now that you've heard some thinking person's actual work on the matter. What's your thought about it? Has it changed your position at all? Okay, I mean, that's true. The effect of nurture on one's development of sexual identity is inconclusive. I mean, there were very, very clear takeaways from that, okay? In other words, there are a number of correlates that correlate much more clearly and much more strongly with non-heterosexuality than absence of a parent. The correlation of which is extremely weak and very speculative as to the causality direction. If you listen to anything I said, what's most likely responsible for it is prenatal androgens. We can know this probably is the case because that's the simplest explanation. It's consistent with the fact that later born sons are more likely to have all the following things: be left-handed, have digits that more line up with female ratios, as the finger ratios, and be non-heterosexual. Please remember, this is not a debate game, right? This is me showing you how important it is to not have the right conclusion, but to use the right process to draw conclusions. Did you do anything like what I just did before drawing the conclusion you have about it? I don't care if I change your mind or not. I don't care what your position on it is. Did you do the work to earn that position? If the amount of increase of likelihood is crazy. If a mother has more than one boy, forget about girls, okay? The each successive boy she has is 33% more likely to self-identify later as non-heterosexual. So if you're the fifth son, you're almost certainly gay. This is not impacted by girls in between. So it also correlates much more strongly with left-handedness than it does with parental absence. So Leaf Drummer says, I'm not interested in this debate game, Eric. You made the claim that the reason homosexuality exists is because of absent parents. I would hope you'd be interested in knowing whether you were right or not. After all, it's very easy to determine whether you're right. As I just indicated, I just proved, right? I found a good article that we were able to use to resolve the question in a meaningful way instead of being stupid about it. Here, you want to have a position on this, Leaf Trimmer? You want to have a strong position on this? And tell everybody what it is? Then fucking read that. Oh, too long of a link. For Christ's sakes. Maybe this won't work. It's the fourth PDF down on this search results, okay? There's 4 PDF. On the right-hand side, it shows which one's a PDF. Fourth PDF down, okay? Now, note, I'm not claiming leaf trimmer. No. We're not going to play stupid game, okay? Leaf trimmer claims that homosexuality is the result of broken families and not enough of a strong male figure in the home. So we researched it. It turns out it's a multiplicity of factors, but the one for which there's the strongest evidence is that it is prenatal factors. It's an absurd explanation. Homosexuality is not a trait. It's just a behavior. DNA has nothing to do with it. In fact, nowadays people argue we're all sexually fluid as all behavior. That's not what you were arguing. I mean, you were arguing that homosexuality is something that's caused by a lack of a strong male figure. So in other words, without a strong male figure to remind you how to behave like a man, you start having sex with them? I mean, if you want to say sexual orientation is simply a label we use to describe how we'd like ourselves to engage with the world sexually, that's fine. In other words, you want to say heterosexual, just a label that I use to tell the world I'd like to only engage with women. Whatever, Reacher. What the fuck ever. Did you learn anything about what research sounds like? Did you learn anything about how to justify things? I read your 132. It says it's just a behavior. Well, I mean, homosexuality is, even if it's just a behavior, one engages in more or less homosexual behavior, right? So it's possible to determine linkages. Are those who engage in more homosexual behavior doing so because of X, Y, or Z is a perfectly reasonable question. Okay? That's fine. Let's just define it as a behavior. It doesn't matter. That doesn't avoid the fundamental question. If, in fact, being effeminate, which correlates strongly, being effeminate in young childhood before you learn better about the social mores, if you're a male, correlates very strongly with turning into a homosexual later. So what do I mean by turning into a homosexual? Well, what I mean is engaging in more homosexual behavior rather than less. Okay? You think it's a choice inherently? I mean, what does that mean? It's like when I open an incognito browser and I forget that if I put in like, naked teen doctor examination or something, I get a display of things. Some of them heterosexual, some of them gay. And then I go and put in there, teen girl. And, I'm by myself, right? I'm not trying to show off to anybody my sexuality. In fact, I'm have an incognito browser window open because I don't want anybody to know what I'm doing. Okay. And and yet I'm not interested in clicking the ones that have two dudes in them, So why is that? I'm in a situation where I am free to do what I want to do and look at what I want to look at without worrying about what anybody else will say, because I can not talk about it at all. Nobody will ever find out. But I still don't look at gay porn. Why not? Why do I consistently look at the same kinds of things, Like I like those ones where the girl's been caught shoplifting. And look, I'd call the cops. First, I got to really search you to make sure you don't have any other stolen objects on you. But do I have to? You want me to call the cops? Those ones, the security guard at the store. There's a whole series of those. Girl gets caught shoplifting, learns the hard way not to do that in the security guard's office. They're pretty good. There's a pretty good as far as like scenario porn and sort of script or whatever. It works well. I like it. It's the porn equivalent of a good YouTube channel that makes clear what it's all about and always does the same thing, but it continues to work because it's got different variations on it, because it's a different chick every time. It's like another good concept porn thing is the Mormon one, Mormon Girls or whatever it's called, which also has, basically the plot is the Mormon elders have one of the younger parishioners, one of the young Mormon women, has been caught doing something very unacceptable, like drinking coffee or touching herself or something. And of course, they have to, they have to show her what requires to be a good Mormon wife when she's ready for that. She needs practice in advance. Do I consider myself to be a master debater? I mean, I don't really think about myself in those terms. I don't usually debate much more as a martial art than I do. I mean, even as a coach, I see the extent to which. No, I don't think he was, Oliver. I actually don't think he was making a particular pun. But I actually think it's a reasonable question to ask. Do I think myself as a master debater? Well, sure, in the karate dojo sense, right? I would definitely be the sensei of the dojo. I wouldn't be taking lessons. I wouldn't be black belt out competing in taekwondo tournaments. I'd be the teacher, the coach, who's already done that, who's already gone through that thing. Does that make me the most powerful kung fu guy? Not necessarily. Is it plausible that, the sensei of a dojo would get beat by somebody he's training, who's deep in training and practiced in live sparring a lot and stuff? Yeah, if possible. Right? It's like when I have really, really good students and they're really practiced on the topic and they have a lot of round mechanics going on because they've got a lot of round experience and they're like in training, so it's like they're like race horses in the running season, which means they're doing certain things between tournaments and they're doing certain things at tournaments. Those kids could probably beat me in a debate round on the topic that they're debating because they just have better round mechanics, right? So they'll be better on the flow, get more arguments across, and I'll drop something and they'll just exploit their cleaner game to defeat me probably. So I don't worry about being the best debater. It's like being the best debater is for back when you're playing the game. I'm I'm not competing at that anymore. And so I view myself instead as hopefully, ideally, the best communicator. I know I'm not the best communicator in the world. Obviously, I'm not, or I would have a lot more people listening to me. But what I mean by that is my aspirationally, I'd rather communicate well than debate well. I would love to see the current understanding of debate move more towards purposeful discourse, So when people ask me, like, would you beat me in a debate? Well, the answer is if I'm right, I probably am. I'm probably more likely to be right than they are, so probably. But if I'm wrong and I beat them, shame on me. It's open in another tab. Destiny and whomever. How do you deal with INFJ clinginess? I don't find my INFJ clingy. I find her company comforting. I find her presence pleasant. I don't, she's around a lot. I mean, I guess you could call her clingy, but it doesn't feel clingy to me. It just feels like my other half is right there, I wish I could wiggle my nose and manifest an isolated cookie or cheeseburger. Hey, says Oliver Linehan, we're not just for cooking cheeseburgers, We have PBS dramas to watch, too. Do you watch things on PBS, Oliver Linehan? Are you a public broadcasting person? Do you love NPR? Tell me you love NPR, though. Tell me you rub NPR all over your naked body. Tell me Sylvia Poggioli gives you a chubby. Well, get him to debate me. I mean, I'm the same way, right? Presumably, I'd imagine you perceive me the same way. If you don't, then I guess you're mistaken about that. I relinquished my moral high ground talking down to you previously with my condescension. I don't relinquish moral high ground by being condescending. Yes, you're free to say F off, asshole. That doesn't cause you to relinquish any moral high ground either. But, nevertheless, it remains the case that you're fundamentally wrong about your position. But most importantly, you don't even care about the information that would resolve the question for you. You don't even care about it. You didn't listen to a bit of it. So, I mean, I think he and I would probably end up
just agreeing on where the axiomatic difference lies. You know? What does condescending sit in the cognitive functions? What do you call FE stick? You know? There's FE carrot and there's FE stick. Condescension is FE stick. David Sanderson, at night before you go to bed, do you fantasize about hanging out with Destiny and bromancing around Portland or something? Because you are absolutely obsessed with that guy. Not here for much longer. I have a weird sexual orientation. I'm sexually attracted to women who self-identify as homosexual men who've had the transgender operation to become women. So basically, I'm into women who pretend their woman parts are fake. What sexual orientation do I have? Do you feel expressing your emotions fully and in a not condescending but sweet manner a challenge as an ENTP? Less so than most ENTPs, I suspect. When people say nice things and it makes me feel good, then I say so. You know, when I feel as though I've been too harsh and I feel bad, and I apologize. And I think I'm probably more earnest and genuine than most ENTPs. But it's age, you know, age and growth, and it has a lot to do with YouTube too. You know, YouTube has made me into a much nicer person in general, a much more honest person in some sense too. Like a much less angry person, most of all. I guess the takeaway for me, David Sanderson, should be this. The reason you keep bringing up Destiny around me is because you see me as his equivalent in terms of debatability or rhetorical strength, and yet you also see me as vastly less successful and completely unknown. It probably strikes you as odd that I'm not more interested in, you know, being a debater. But what you said about Destiny has applied to me for quite some time, you know. It's like I've heard all the arguments. I know what you're going to say. Most of the time I'm going to be frustrated by your own complete unreadiness to talk to me, you know. Like
my position before I looked it up was it's mostly genetic. My position after I researched it is it's mostly genetic or prenatal anyway. I mean, genetic's the wrong word. It's mostly prenatal. It's mostly not nurture. Otherwise, it wouldn't correlate with all these physicalities, you know? And the strength of correlation regarding the older brother thing, you know, is ridiculously high. Like the fact that you have a 33% greater chance of being a homosexual if you're the second born son, and then a 33% chance greater than that if you're the third born, and a 33% chance greater than that if you're the fourth born. That's crazy, right? That. I mean, there's nothing absurd about that correlation, Lee Shermer. It's a compelling piece of evidence. If you want to ignore it, then you definitely are not thinking well. Well, I'm not saying by the 56, I guess I did at one point say by the 56 kid, you're sure to be gay. That's true, Legends Fall. But it's a higher increase in likelihood than the increase in likelihood to get lung cancer caused by smoking cigarettes. Well, given the nature of the correlation, it seems unlikely to be an environmental thing because presumably the children are raised in the same environment by the same parents, right? To the extent that it were environmental, it would be the result of how older brothers treat younger brothers, I guess. But it certainly would be indicative of something prenatal. And the hypothesis presented makes good sense. So if you're going to pick one of a number of uncertain explanations, then I mean, it's not an absurd correlation. It's just a correlation, right? It's a strong correlation. And it's informative regarding the question. Whether you think a given conclusion is justified because of it is another question. But there's nothing absurd about it and nothing ridiculous about it. It's what the data shows, you know? Look, a lot of times, two men have a totally legitimate non-sexual reason to rub their scrotums together. But their penises should never touch, because that's gay. After all, the ironic thing is the best kind of rag to use to get good sheen on your scrotum is a scrotum. No, it's not a theory, leaf trimmer. It's not a theory, right? Remember how we're going to try to think well? I'm not proposing that as a theory. I'm saying here's a meta study that looked at a lot of different factors and the respective strengths of the correlations, right? And the environmental factors that you believe to be strongly correlated are actually weakly correlated. That doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong, but it means you don't have any reason to believe your position. They're more weakly correlated than non-environmental factors. So it doesn't matter what the actual answer is, right? It matters how and why you conclude what you conclude. I mean, this is the thing that, you're never going to get past this this hill you can't get over until you get this concept. Okay, that it's not about the conclusion, but about how you present the process by which you've made a decision or conclusion, and how you limit the scope of the claim and stuff, so that you try to hold yourself accountable to being correct. Remember, every time you spew bullshit, you run the risk of somebody believing it. And in no way, shape, or form can you claim you're not spewing bullshit, clinging to some shred of claim of rightness after hearing what I read if you listened at all. It's a nuanced, complicated issue, isn't it? It defies your simplistic, ill-considered, and unresearched determinate statements. It defies them if they're trying to be accurate, because that's not how good thinkers conclude things. So don't do it. I didn't say anything, leaf trimmer. I gave you all the information you needed to make an informed statement about it. They told all this to you in 10th grade, really. So, given the fact that we have 3 separate physical concrete indicators that link to homosexuality more strongly than any nurture indicator links, why would you nevertheless conclude it's nurture-based? When were you in 10th grade? When were you in 10th grade, leaf trimmer? Yesterday? Because this study is 2019. There's nothing leftist about anything I'm saying here, leaf trimmer. There's absolutely nothing left. If you're calling my analysis of actual data leftist, then you need to sleep the night deeply embedded in a pool of shame. Hey, just because your teacher told you about the sibling thing doesn't mean you should dismiss it. Just because she was leftist, right? After all, you just heard good evidence in favor of that being a significant factor. So now that you've heard it from the actual double-blind, the meta-analysis study or whatever it is, actually, it's a it's actually a study. It's not a meta-analysis. It's a study that isolates a bunch of specific vectors and measures them against each other, which is the smartest way to do it, right? Rather than measuring against a single standard like homosexuality, measure them against each other. So it's good methodology. I'm looking for fights now. Quit acting childish. That statement just like it broke me. You know, I am completely broken at this point. It's time to pull a bowl. It's like, because electrolytes have what plants need. But, 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 I mean, you're the one who brought up the fact she was a leftist. She's totally irrelevant, right? So I assume it was part of your warrant, otherwise you wouldn't have brought it up. I pointed out that it's irrelevant. If I didn't need to, my bad. You know, they're allowed, and you should expect them to be responded to. Problem I have for you is that the only good example of an ENTP woman I can think of, really, is Becky O'Coin. And I think it's fair to say she's also somewhat damaged ENTP. I'm gonna call it that rather than evil. You know, she despises me, but she's definitely an ENTP. I can't really think of any other women that really I go, that person is definitely an ENTP, because I just haven't met very many. Becky is, though. Becky O'Coin, also known as Planet Ketchup. You could probably find videos from her channel if you just Google host Eric. Usually there's a couple of videos near the top of that are, like Taylor's video about how I'm a narcissist and evil person or whatever. And Becky's video, the real truth about host Eric. And, there's this funny scene in this show called The Hidden Dungeon Only I Can Enter. And there's this weird, like, incel festival, okay? I don't want to get all into using this word incel or anything, but I don't know what else to call it. It's a festival where incels gather together into this Coliseum-like thing, and then guys with multiple girlfriends come in, and that's their harem, and then the guys in the stands just basically hurl insults at the girls, and they all leave crying and stuff. Unless the girls are super hot and obedient and like, adolescent boy fantasy. Yeah, well, Leaf Shimmer, here's the thing. If you actually go to Google Scholar and you type in sibling homosexuality correlation, you will see there are about 19,600 results. And you'll see on the left, again, make sure you're in Google Scholar, that you'll see a time option. So you can choose to limit the range of time. I chose to limit the range of time to studies done after 2017. You could choose to look at even older studies. This was discussed way back in 1996, right? So, in other words, there's a long history of studies, and pretty consistently, they've shown the strongest correlation in that vector. Okay? No, leaf trimmer. Look, think, try, okay? Try to think. I'm not denying that studies prior to 2019 hadn't addressed this issue. But you're talking about a study made by somebody back when you were in high school is counterfeit by the more recent study. In other words, you can't rely on data from an older study. One assumes the newer study has factored that in. So it doesn't invalidate what I was saying. This study had a lot of other information in it besides just the brothers thing, right? Which you conveniently ignore. Do you need me to read it to you again? Were you not listening last time? So let's talk about the categories of vectors that they go over here, okay? And the different frames of reference that they discuss. The frames of reference, life history theory, produces the idea that that non-heterosexuality is an adaptive mechanism to nurture-based things, right? So it says here, epidemiological research suggests that people with infrequent homosexual behavior and attractions are more common than those with substantial or exclusive homosexuality. A life history approach also has potential to integrate biological and psychosocial accounts of the development of human sexual orientation. The dominant theories regarding sexual orientation development are biological. For example, prenatal androgen theory proposes that high prenatal androgen exposure, okay? Another model, the maternal immunity hypothesis, proposes that carrying successive male fetuses triggers a maternal immune response that feminizes brain development, okay? So this is about the older brother thing, right? But here's something separate. Twin studies have also shown that sexual orientation has a modest heritability. However, the twin concordance rate for sharing the same sexual orientation is estimated as 24% across men and women. A large proportion of monozygotic twins who are non-heterosexual have heterosexual co-twins, about 76%. As these twins share the same genotype, prenatal and early postnatal environmental factors must play a large role in their different shared sexual orientations. So there's that factor, which you've ignored, okay? We have previously proposed that early life conditions suggested by life history theory may constitute one source of these non-shared factors in the development of male sexual orientation. They may also interact with the proposed biological mechanism. For example, prenatal early life factors may alter hormonal processes during fetal development, which then bias subsequent brain sex differentiation, affecting circuitry related sexual orientation. Alternately, early hormonal processes may themselves constitute a third factor, which links early life factors and later sexual orientation. Several candidate early life factors may be important in sexual orientation development. Several. Birth weight. Variation in birth rate weight may serve as an indicator of adverse early environments or maternal condition and predict later sexual life history strategy. Low birth weight is associated with earlier first pregnancy. In general, low birth weight offspring of both sexes may attract less parental investment. Birth weight may also be associated with male sexual orientation and interact with sibling sex composition. Specifically, it's suggested that maternal immune response triggered by carrying successive male fetuses results in non-heterosexuality. Again, this is the same citation as before. No, it's a different citation. No, this has been established in Blanchard 2018, Bogart et al. 2018, Blanchard 2002, Blanchard 2012, and Blanchard and LS 2001. Also, Skorka, Blanchard, Vanderland, Zucker, and Bogart 2017 found that birth weight results are inconsistent. Low parental investment, they explain here, is possibly, to the extent that it's a factor, may be a chicken and egg thing with what they call GNCB, which is gender nonconforming behavior. So have you engaged really with this topic in a real way, Leaf Trimmer? Eric, admit you made a mocking comment sarcastically asking when I graduated from school, expressing your doubt that this was shown in my class. No, I said, when did you graduate from 10th grade? I mean, when were you in 10th grade? Yesterday, because this is a very recent study. I should have said 2 years ago because it was 2019. But that's what I was getting at, right? Now, in that regard, in fact, the fact that you had heard about these brothers, there's an additional missing step in there, which is you had heard about these brothers, but my point was that this newer study would, counterfeits your older one, assuming they're in disagreement, but they're in agreement anyway, so it didn't counterfeit it, Your only argument against the study you were shitting on from before was that the teacher was leftist. That one point's the same. That assumes you ignored everything else I read, everything else I said. And the fact that the point's the same just further works against your position opposing it. Means scientists believed it then, they've confirmed it now. This is just one of those kind of like reality things, So you didn't have any actual disagreement with the study. You agreed with it at the time then, right? Because you seem to be in opposition to this notion. Yet you say you learned about it in high school, and now you see there's shit tons of research already done that confirms it. So you agree with it then, right? So you agreed with what you said in high school. that her leftism was irrelevant. You accepted what the study that she was presenting to you as legitimate, right? And you chose that stance based on what? I mean, not on any, not because of any reason. It was supported by anything. You just say it's absurd, ridiculous. That's it. Well, how are you confident, though? That's what I want to know. Please explain to me how you became confident. Clearly wasn't by researching. Thank you, Oliver Linehan. I know what based means. And just for the record, Lil B can have none of my bitches. I am so not a centrist. Why would anybody call me a centrist? I'm in the center of no position. I pick the exact right location on the spectrum for each position, wherever it may land. There's not one speck of me that believes that the middle ground is the proper conclusion. I do not commit the fallacy of the middle ground. You can be sure of that. In no way, shape, or form am I guilty of thinking that which is most moderate is most likely to be correct. Not at all. I choose to be correct about everything, so that eliminates that kind of agenda-based thinking from my toolbox. I can't use that kind of thinking if I want to be correct about everything. Slightly fascist is probably the best way to be. Listen, politics are like a delicious stew. You add a few chunks of democracy, just a carrot or two of republicanism. Here's a sprinkle of dictatorship with a handful of monarchy, just a dusting of oligarchy, and, of course, a hearty spoonful of fascism. You answered? Well, I mean, you're contradicting that study I read. What I'm saying is the study disagrees with you. I'm saying sexuality is not fluid. That just because it's not binary doesn't mean it's fluid. I think sexuality is part of your personality, by and large, which means it's part of you that doesn't really change over time. I disagree with your position on that, and I present as evidence that study I just read. Okay, so I'm trying to ask you, how did you come to be in disagreement with all the scholarly literature on the matter? That's what I was trying to. That's the question I asked that you didn't answer. How did you come to be in disagreement with it? What process did you undergo to draw the conclusion that the scholarly literature is wrong? Because, I mean, I'm not opposed to doing that. I've drawn the conclusion that the scholarly literature about evolution is wrong. Not necessarily the specifics of the study they're doing, but the frame anyway. So it is definitely possible to do that. But no. Leaf Trimmer, the sexuality fluid is your conclusion that disagrees with the study. I'm asking you, how did you come to that conclusion? How did you come to the conclusion that that position is better than the one substantiated by the data? You're just trying to dodge the question. Is it because it's said to be fluid? Is that your warrant? You answered me by saying because it's said to be fluid. By whom? I mean, the point is, why do you believe that? Which studies are you using to support your position? Which arguments, which warrants have you used to say, this is the best conclusion to draw? Because when I came across its argument studies, it filled up my head just like when you were here reading that sibling correlation out loud. That's not an argument for anything, for either side, right? That's not a reason to support either side, because that's not a warrant or an argument or a justification or anything. That's relating your experience. That's irrelevant. So in other words, you just decided with your feelings, that's it. That's called being honest with ourselves. We are men of action, Leaf Trimmer. Lies do not become us. In no way, shape, or form did you do any of the work necessary to justify holding so strongly the position you stated so clearly. Making strong claims is a privilege earned by justifying those claims with robust justifications. Otherwise, you're just wasting everybody's time. The reason you think homosexuality is nurture-based is very simple. Because if it's a choice, then it's a sin you can condemn homosexuals for engaging in, according to your magical thinking frame. Well, you've been avoiding that basic reality for this entire conversation. That's the facts.
Jesus Christ, Eric, how much coffee are you going to drink? You can't drink any more coffee. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. All right, fine. Don't you try to stop me. All right, I won't try to stop you. You're trying to stop me, aren't you? No, I'm not. I'm just making coffee. I can tell when you're trying to stop me. That's the woman half of Eric that was talking there. That was Erica that was talking to me over there. Okay, leaf trimmer, you're just... It's a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. We went over this already. Okay, if you don't know why you believe something, then you don't believe something. You just randomly choose your statements. Okay? It's always the case that if you have a good reason to make an affirmation, you can explain what that reason is. If you don't have a good reason to make an affirmation, you shouldn't make the affirmation. I tell you what I am. I'm the world's biggest Bette Midler fan. If I had to put on a spaceship just 8 people to survive and carry on the human race, 7 of them would be Bette Midler. Who would I pick to be the 8 people? Well, I'd pick myself, Rachel, Oliver Linehan, you can come. Winston's mom, you're cool, you can come. Leaf trimmer, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm gonna invite you. Right now, you're being kind of a dick. There's 4 seats left. Okay. And you know what? I'm gonna fuck Bette Midler. She's not coming. You're not allowed to come, Bette Midler. You're not even childbearing age. No way, Ricky Martin's coming. Hey, look, leaf trimmer. This last 8 people surviving to repopulate the world's thing. This is our chance to excise homosexuality from the genome. Wouldn't you like that? Personally, I'm a big fan of homosexuality because it reduces the amount of competition for chicks. I see there as being more gay dudes than lesbian chicks. I see lesbian chicks. Now, this is very stereotypical, but I see lesbian chicks as chicks I don't really want to get on anyway, you know? So, my theory is gay dudes are like, you know, you mean non-heterosexual other creatures function the same way like what you just read? I mean, what other creatures are homosexual? Like penguins or something? How many other creatures are homosexuals?
Okay. I mean, you're certainly free to justify. You're certainly free to express yourself, but you should preface it with, "Here's an unwarranted claim." No, I mean, you can argue that, but you won't make any progress. The reality is, um, I'm the only one who can be said to be genuinely engaging with the ideas because I'm being brave enough and honest enough and virtuous enough to not come into it with an attachment. Frogs in fluorinated water are notoriously fabulous. Well, the cool thing about frogs in fluorinated water is they have some of the strongest teeth in all of the frog kingdom. You don't even think of frogs really having teeth. Raised frog said that its entire life is spent in pure fluoride, and it develops these massive saber tooths, like a saber-toothed tiger. It's a frog. It's really pretty remarkable. If you don't love Ricky Martin, you're not a real American. Okay. Here's a important question for you. Who would do a better job of playing the role of Superman? Mario Lopez or Joey Lawrence? Who would do a better job of playing the role of Superman? Joey Lawrence or Mario Lopez? I may have at the very outset said something about genetics, but that whole study, nothing to do with gay gene, right? What did it say instead? I mean, you can disagree with it, but don't misrepresent it. What did it said? What did it actually say instead of anything about a gene? That all the evidence indicated not a gene, but what? But what? What instead of a gene? No, but what's the actual? Remember, nobody's claiming there's a gay gene. What's the actual mechanism being claimed? Because that's pretty hugely important. If you disagree with the wrong mechanism, then I agree with you. It's like people who counter MBTI by countering MBTI and ignoring all the cognitive function arguments, right? So what's the actual? No. What's the actual factor? The mechanism that causes homosexuality. It's not a gene. What did it say in the study that we read a couple of times? What's the actual factor? So you're not listening then. See, you're not even listening. I read it more than once, multiple times. That's not how you process information. Okay? That's not good information processing against any standard. Either willfully or unwillfully, I don't know. The actual mechanism is what? Okay, well, tell me. You tell me then. What's the actual mechanism? It's not a gene. It's what? This is the kind of shit that fucking pisses me off. I'm trying to have a conversation with you about something real, and you are not even paying the goddamn slightest bit of attention. What is it? Tell me. Two words or three words. What is it? What is the mechanism that is said to correlate with homosexuality in the study? It's not a gene. It's what? The hypothetical cause of homosexuality in that study is not a gene. It is instead what? Hi, Shigo Fumi. Can anybody else answer this question? If nobody else can answer it, then obviously it's a harder question than I thought. Can anybody else answer this question? What is the factor? What is the mechanism that's proposed to explain? Prenatal exposure, right? So, particularly prenatal exposure to androgen, which is, I don't know what it is. But what's the difference between prenatal exposure to something and genetics? Well, in both instances, the child is born that way, quote unquote. But in only one instance is it heritable. You rock my Hudson. Clayton McCord, have I ever told you that you rock my Hudson? You rock my husband? No. You rock my Hudson like you cock my husband. You rock my Hudson like you cock my husband. I mean, it does make sense that hormones would feminize or masculize a fetus. And it does make sense that a super feminized male fetus might be so feminized that they have an insatiable thirst for cock. And it might be the case that a chick fetus gets so masculinized that they're born, their legs doing this, scissoring as newborn infants. Could be. Or possibly, maybe not. But really, most possibly, maybe. Oh, it's a skunk. Okay, I'll give you something. Chill out. Now the skunk's here. Okay, let me give the skunk some food.
you go, buddy. Come on in, kitty. Kitty, come in. Come on inside. Come inside. Come on. Come on, kitty. Leave the skunk alone. Come on. Come on, kitty Christmas pants. Come on. Thank you. Oh, you need more food? I'll give you more food, too. You're a food-loving cat, loving all this food. Eating all this food. Because you're liking all this food. Yeah, food. Eating all this food. If you like eating food, then you're like all the animals around here. So far today, I've fed Peter, the peacock, fed my own cat, I've had Trouble, the neighborhood cat. Now I've fed the skunk. Perhaps the raccoon will come by later. I'll feed him too. It's like you either feed them or they knock over the trash. If you feed them, they don't need to knock over the trash, you know? Peacock meat is delicious. Have you actually eaten a peacock before? I want to. I could get away with it, I'm sure. The thing is, it is illegal to kill peacocks around here. Am I forgetting about that again? The crazy thing is, I took no Adderall this morning. I had 8 teeth pulled during the day, and I'm feeling a little bit tired. I kind of attribute it, although this may be jumping to conclusions, but I feel a lot I feel like something poisonous has been taken out of me, you know? Like more like yeah, it's over here. Like every tooth from my canine to the end, on both the top and the bottom. No, leaf trimmer, as the study indicated, is generally referred to as non-heterosexuality, and that there are degrees of it, which you can easily enough measure by frequency of non-heterosexual engagement against frequency of heterosexual engagement. So that's how the studies deal with this, is they simply refer to non-heterosexuality. Remember, in any given instance, a man is either engaged in a homosexual sexual engagement or a heterosexual sexual engagement, or potentially both if they're with the man and the woman concurrently, but never is any individual engaged in a bisexual sexual engagement, right? So in other words, bisexuality is
Really not a meaningful word, but non-heterosexuality is. At least remember, I haven't. Oh yeah, I did mention that. I did mention it, huh? Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, we're cool there, bro. I'm gonna give you a fist bump. I think that moment of consensus earned a fist bump. Are we still talking about homosexuality? It's my front thing too. It's like, let's get down to it. What are we doing talking here? Everybody take their slong out. It's homosexuality time. When I took 16P 2 years ago, I never guessed it would lead me to a 4-hour live stream where we talk about androgen and gay genes for 2 hours. Blame Leaf Trimmer. Just blame Leaf Trimmer. It's all his fault. I can't believe this is going on 5 hours. This is a fucking long live stream for no Adderall in me at all, plus post-surgery. I must feel lively. That's safe. That's safe more because that's just natural. You know, it's like you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It's kind of like, hey, I need better scrotum sheen. You need better scrotum sheen. The scrotum itself is famous for being the best possible sheening, enhancing cloth. So it makes sense to have scrotum on scrotum rubbing for non-sexual reasons. Sexuality hours. See, that's one way we could deal with it. We could just say that from now on, everybody has to be heterosexual from 7 in the morning until, say, midnight. And then we'll give homosexuals from midnight to 7 in the morning. It's fair because they get more of the night. And even though straight people get more total time, it's fair because they get less of the night. So it's less humping time. Look. Male scissoring is a real thing. It's just between two pairs of broken scissors. That's all. It's a different kind of scissoring. I'm assuming that the way that homosexual males have intercourse with each other is to take their two members and go like this with them until they ejaculate. This is how gay men make intercourse at each other. These are their penises, you see. In this metaphor. This is a metaphor. Actually, these are symbols. I mean, these are icons. I mean, representations. I mean, these are fingers representing the peni of two self-identifying males who self-identify concurrently as engaged in the moment as homosexuality. He's done. It's over now for him. What's he going to do? That's the thing. You got to time it just right so that... Wait, slow down. Okay, me too. Are you ready? Almost. God damn it. I have to wait till next time. That's how it works. That's how it works with two gentlemen who are very deeply in love with each other and who want to show in the most intimate and precious, special way that they feel a special way about each other. This is the intimate intercourse that they make at each other. It's a little less natural than this. This is man woman. See how this kind of slides right in there, almost as though it's made for this purpose almost. It's like, wow, hey, that fits in there beautifully. This is so much, requires a lot more care. You know, you don't want one of them to start going like pow pow pow, right? Because ow. But this pow 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 pow. Well, it's kind of like made for pow pow powing. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, Morich, getting in trouble. Who are BTS members? The Big Titty Society? I guess they just bounce their boobs together like this. You know, that purported G spot is actually called the prostate. And I agree. I find it weird that there's a part of the body in the man that to properly keep yourself ultimately well serviced and healthy, you have to kind of get up in there and massage it a bit occasionally. It's weird. It's like, why do you put that there? You know? I mean, I hear what you're saying, Tiny Man 66. I will point out a bit of a naturalistic fallacy. You know, just because my man clit is inside my butt doesn't mean it's meant to be touched by a peg of some sort. Okay, don't you naturalistic fallacy me, you flambeau. The reason why anarchist men often have weird gender identities is because they have to cope with the fact that despite being anti-state, they have a pro-state. That is a terrible, terrible joke. Flambe. Let's flambe the flambeau of flamboyance with the fires of furious, fierce fantastery. You know who's fierce? You know who's super fierce? AOC. AOC is super fierce. It's like, damn, that bitch is fierce. You know who's fierce? RuPaul. That is one fierce motherfucker. I tell you who else is pretty fierce. Not going to lie. Tiny Man 66 is a little bit fierce. She's a little bit fierce. She's a little bit fabulous. She's a little bit Tiny Man 66. Tiny Man 66, if you had to choose one, would you say you're more fierce or more fabulous? You can also choose fatigued. Fierce, fabulous, or fatigued? Fabulous. You could also ask that question, are you more likely to vogue, strut, or saunter? If the answer is vogue, you're fierce. If the answer is strut, you're fabulous. If the answer is saunter, you're fatigued. How many people choosing between strut, saunter, and pussyfoot? What would you choose? If you had to choose a walk, would you rather strut, meander, or pussyfoot? Two gay rolls. Strut. To strut is like, look at me, I'm super great. Strutting down the street, yeah, I'm super great. To meander is just like, whatever, I'm going over here. I'm going over there. To pussyfoot is like, I'm, baby, careful. Meander is like a casual wander around, you know? Kind of, hey, it's me, I'm meandering, you know? I'm going to meander over there. Then I'm going to meander over here. Whereas strut is, I'm walking down the street. Look at me, I'm strutting. Yes, yeah. But don't forget about your third option, the pussyfoot. That's your third option. I see you more as a pussyfooter. You are a meanderer, Oliver. I think I might make a poll that asks if you were limited to just one walk for the rest of your life, which would it be? You choose between mosey. I'm gonna leave pussyfoot out because YouTube will punish me for something. You know, I'm gonna put meander, mosey, strut, sneak, and stomp. Kitten footing. That's kind of adorable sounding though. Doesn't really convey. How about coily? Coily. See, there is no word. There's no synonym for pussyfoot, right? So we'll go with strut. What's the difference between mosey and meander? There's not really any difference, is there? Mosey and meander are basically the same thing. So there's no point in having both of those. All right, let's take a look-see with my Chooksy. Poll. Dr. Colon, I've got bad news. Yes, you can walk. Yes, you will walk again. But you'll
only be able to meander strut power walk so I gotta put I just have to put pussyfoot. I don't know what else to say. So meander, strut, power walk. Maybe I should change that to what could be jog? Or tiptoe. Pussyfoot and tiptoe is basically the same thing. Tiptoe. Meander, strut, jog. Put power walk. Tiptoe. Or crip walk. Hmm. March. Sprint. What's another kind of walking? Sneak. Well, tiptoe, pussyfoot, sneak are all kind of the same, right? You want the coily, oily sneak? Well, you think sneak's better than tiptoe? You like sneak better than tiptoe? Or what? I can put sneak instead of tiptoe. That's fine. I'll put sneak if you want sneak that bad. No oily sneak. Sneak is fine. I'm leaving tiptoe. Meander, strut, power walk, tiptoe. March. We could do march. We could do mosey, even though it's the same thing as meander. We could do moonwalk. March. March seems maybe the best. And what do you think? March or moonwalk? March or moonwalk? Slither? Slither's not really a form of walking. How about Skip. Skip's a good one. Let's do Skip. I think Skip's a good choice. Skip. All right, this is a good poll question. You will walk again, but you'll only ever be able to meander, strut, power walk. Should I change that to jog or march? Change that to march, probably, huh? How about goose step? Goose step is pretty good. All right. You will walk again, but you'll only ever be able to meander, strut, goose step, tiptoe, or skip. I think either meander or strut is going to win. I don't think very many people are going to pick goose step. You probably wouldn't want to be limited to just goose stepping everywhere you go. Okay. Good night, everybody. This has been, what the hell, 5 hours? Hey, somebody was supposed to stop me. Who was supposed to give me the timer at 45 minutes? Because you're 4 hours and 4 hours and 30 minutes late. Good night, everybody. Oh, I should have put Saunter. Boba Fett, you're right. Saunter instead of Strut. Well, Saunter would have won easily, though. Saunter kind of splits the difference between meander and strut. I'd say that Saunter is a strutting meander, wouldn't you? Anyway, excellent point. Excellent addition. Thank you for adding it. You get first place in terms of additions to the list. Good night.